Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is the public hearing and public meeting of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills numbers 240-179, 240-180, 240-181, 240-182, and resolution number 240-193. Ms. Lawhead, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Squilla, Councilmember Gautier, Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Young, Councilmember Driscoll, Councilmember Lozada, Councilmember Bass, Councilmember Phillips, Councilmember O'Neill, Councilmember Gilmore-Richardson, Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember Harity, Councilmember Ahmad, Councilmember Landau, Councilmember Brooks, Councilmember O'Rourke, Council President Johnson.
President. Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. Ms. Lawyer, would you please read the title of the resolutions?
Bill number 240179, an ordinance to adopt the operating budget for fiscal year 2025. Bill number 240180, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1800 of the Philadelphia Code entitled School Tax Authorization to provide for an increase in the tax that the Board of Education of the School District of Philadelphia is authorized to impose on real estate, and amending Chapter 19-1300 entitled Real Estate Taxes to establish an equivalent reduction in the tax rate for the city real estate tax and making technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 240181, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal year 2025 capital budget. Bill number 240182, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2025 through 2030 inclusive. Resolution number 240193, providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2025 through 2029 and incorporating revisions with respect to fiscal year 2024, which is to be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to an intergovernmental cooperation agreement by and between the City and the Authority.
Today we will continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal year 2025, a capital program or forward-looking capital plan for fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2030. This morning we will hear testimony from SEPTA and the District Attorney's Office. This afternoon we will hold public testimony on the FY25 budget. Ms. Lawhead, will you please call the first witness to testify?
The first person to testify is Leslie Richards, Chief Executive Officer and General Manager for SEPTA.
Is it okay if I bring up our Philadelphia board members to sit with me as well?
Absolutely.
Mike Carroll and Deb Mahler, please.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Okay.
First and foremost, Ms. Richards, thank you for being here today, and just state your name and title, and please begin your testimony.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Leslie Richards. I'm the General Manager and CEO of SEPTA, and I really appreciate this opportunity to discuss what SEPTA, our activities as well as our funding needs with you. So Council President Johnson, Transportation and Public Utilities Committee Chair Driscoll, who I hope will be joining us, and members of City Council and other guests. As I had already stated, I'm Leslie Richards, CEO and General Manager of SEPTA. Joining me are SEPTA board members, Michael Carroll, who's the Deputy Managing Director for Philadelphia's Office of Transportation Infrastructure and Systems, and Deb Mahler, Senior Advisor to Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker. I'm also joined by members of the SEPTA team from various departments. Here I represent more than 9,100 SEPTA employees, and it's my honor to have 2 SEPTA frontline workers joining me today. Bus operator Carlton China. Carlton, just please raise your hand. And maintenance custodian Jasmine Hoeksa. So Carlton is a 25-year exemplary employee for SEPTA who spent his entire career operating out of our Frankfurt district. And Jazz is a 13-year SEPTA employee, currently works as a maintenance custodian at Snyder Station on the Broad Street line. They both represent thousands of other SEPTA employees who work tirelessly every single day under very difficult conditions to serve our customers and the region, and they are a source of pride for SEPTA, and they are a source of pride for everybody who calls this region their home. So if I could just ask for a thank you for all the work that Carlton and Jazz do every day. We're pleased to be included in the mayor's annual budget proposal, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today to highlight how these funds will allow SEPTA to better serve our customers and support the city's comprehensive safety priorities and clean and green initiatives. City Council has been indispensable over the past year, particularly the first 4 months of 2024, and I'm very thankful for your leadership and partnership on so many important SEPTA initiatives, including efforts to secure critical state funding, the redesign of our bus network, Bus Revolution, the city's participation in SEPTA Key Advantage, the creation of the Zero Fare pilot program, the passage of camera-based lane enforcement legislation. Nowhere has SEPTA's partnership with the city been more valuable and vital than with respect to customer and employee safety and security. Indiscriminate gun violence, like the horrific incidents involving SEPTA buses in early March of this year, cannot be the normal of what we are experiencing. And I cannot tell you how meaningful it has been on behalf of SEPTA customers and employees for me and Transit Police Chief Lawson, who's here with me as well today, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the mayor, Police Commissioner Bethel, and City Council members to strongly and unequivocally condemn these incidents and coordinate with law enforcement on apprehension and prevention. Last week, SEPTA released its fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budgets. SEPTA's operating budget is funded through subsidies from local, state, and federal governments, the fare box, and other revenues. The City of Philadelphia's $133 million contribution under the budget proposal is a vital part of SEPTA's annual budget. While it represents 7% of SEPTA's operating budget, it helps to leverage $1.1 billion in state operating funds. And the city's $7.4 million capital contribution represents 1% of SEPTA's total fiscal year 25 capital budget and will support a total capital program of approximately $922 million. Funding from the City of Philadelphia is even more important this year because it will match critical additional transit investment that Governor Shapiro proposed in his state budget. When I testified before council last year, I warned of a coming fiscal cliff, the risk of service cuts and fare increases once SEPTA's one-time federal COVID emergency relief funds were exhausted. That day arrived this month, and SEPTA now faces annual budget deficits of $240 million or more beginning on July 1st of this year. The governor's funding proposal would provide new operating funding for transit agencies statewide, including $161 million for SEPTA. The governor's budget reflects the important work of the Philadelphia Legislative Delegation and this council to carry our urgent funding message to Harrisburg, and I really thank you. I've seen many of you in Harrisburg doing just that. Rather than being forced to dismantle service as the city prepares to welcome the world in 2026, new state funding, coupled with continued local match funds and SEPTA's efficient and responsible budget practices, will provide operating budget certainty through 2030. With funding in place, SEPTA's fiscal year 2025 budget will not raise fares or reduce services. SEPTA's budget will fund implementation of the bus network redesign and increased regional rail service. SEPTA's budget also invests $72 million for safe, clean, and secure initiatives. We're doubling the levels from just 3 years ago, including funding for 40 more police officers, 30 more safety professionals, and 100 more cleaners. The capital budget proposes a $14 billion 12-year program that will enable continued investment in infrastructure, state of good repair, station accessibility, and vehicle replacements. We thank members of council and other city leaders for highlighting the role SEPTA plays in the lives of every Philadelphian and how SEPTA's success is the city's success. What you and your customers are now seeing is a SEPTA system that is growing, We're providing 700,000 daily trips and reaching our highest ridership recovery rate since the start of the pandemic. You're seeing a SEPTA that is safer, with 60 transit police officers hired in the past 18 months, helping to drive down serious crime. I hope you all saw the headlines that in this first quarter, we are 45% down in Part 1 crimes. Huge. SEPTA is cleaner and becoming more so as a result of new personnel and a top-to-bottom restructuring of our cleaning program. SEPTA is more affordable, with no fare increase since 2017, despite inflation and new fare programs and options that make SEPTA service more affordable and convenient for city residents and those traveling with children. SEPTA is modernizing, advancing a strategic plan that redesigns our bus network, reimagines the regional rail network, and transforms our trolley network to make travel more efficient and connected. And SEPTA is accountable. We have more transparency with information and data, measuring our progress, putting more tools in the hands of our customers and employees on updated websites. But don't take my word for it. Come see tangible examples of SEPTA's improvements across the system, and I've seen many of you at these locations. We have our newly reconstructed Drexel Station at 30th Street and the debut of our new SEPTA Metro wayfinding. At 13th Street Station, it's our first example of a model station of deep cleaning and hard maintenance. The current project at Tasker Morris Station is getting us closer to our goal of full accessibility on SEPTA Metro. Our newly installed full-length gates at 69th Street and stations to follow in Philadelphia will help address fare evasion. And tomorrow at SEPTA headquarters, we will be retiring our very last diesel bus in our regular fleet and welcome our first fuel cell electric bus toward our zero-emission fleet transition goals. I want to close by updating council and the public on the status of the first comprehensive redesign of our bus network in SEPTA's 60-year history. The public meetings held in coordination with City Council were considered by the SEPTA Board in May. Will be considered by the SEPTA Board in May. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here this morning. I look forward to continuing to work with all of you to advance SEPTA's priorities on behalf of our customers, your constituents, and the communities we all serve. And I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just have a couple questions before I relax my time to the members. First, I want to start off by acknowledging Fran Kelly and Wendy Harvey Green. So I just want to thank them for always answering the phone, rather it's during the week, on the weekends, keeping me updated on everything that's going on as it relates to SEPTA here in the city of Philadelphia. So I just want to acknowledge them because they definitely are an asset to your team. I want to know more about the virtual patrol unit. Give me an idea of how much is budgeted in this budget for that particular unit, how it will go about, how you will utilize them in terms of the operations around public safety, and then also more about the partnership with the Philadelphia Police Department. How are we prioritizing what areas that we are deploying your manpower to make sure we have safe corridors, but most importantly, safe transportation hubs around the city of Philadelphia. Like, for instance, I'm from South Philadelphia, but I know at Broad Island, a whole lot goes on, right? So it was just like a no-brainer that would be like a strategic area to pay attention to. I'm not from West Philly, but I know everything takes place at 52nd and Market, right? So how are we going about strategizing and working with the Philadelphia Police Department? And I know crime is down 45%. Sometimes it don't feel that way, right? And so I want to get an idea how we're utilizing our resources to strategically target those areas. And so the virtual patrol, and then also how we're working in partnership with the Philadelphia Police Department.
Sure. I'm going to give an overview. We have our chief here today, who I'd also like a chance to comment. So our virtual patrol is new. We've developed it over the last couple of years. It's part of our $72 million investment in safe and secure. several million going to that program. We have hired and we've looked, the chief and his team have done a great job of connecting with retired law enforcement and others that have experience with law enforcement to look at those cameras on a regular basis. We have over 30,000 cameras, and this is a good way for us to have eyes and ears in as many places as possible. Of course, we don't have 30,000 sets of eyes that are looking at these cameras at all times, so that's why it's important for us to have people who have the right experience looking at them. And we, in use of with the Transit Watch app, with our employees radioing in when they see anything that concerns them. Obviously, our riders and others can use the app, and that is really where we can be strategic. And we can be strategic in pulling up certain scenes. We can be strategic in identifying where certain hotspots are so that we can make sure that those stations and those vehicles are watched on a more regular basis. Again, our chief has done an excellent job, and while I could tell you how we're working with Philadelphia Police, I'd prefer that he tell you how he's working one-on-one with Commissioner Bethel.
And real quick, before the chief come up, we talk about the virtual patrol. Now, there was an article about a system that we had operating at one point in time, camera-related, and somehow it was disabled or we didn't use it regarding a contract or so forth. Can you elaborate on that particular topic, or do I need to go have my staff pull information from the Enquirer as a refresher?
Is it a camera system that we're not using, or a pilot program?
Or gun detecting type of technology?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so, pardon me, so I understand. So yeah, we ran a pilot, initially a 6-month pilot, which we decided to extend to 12 months with a local firm in southeastern Pennsylvania called Zero Eyes. And we were very intrigued to see if this would work on our system. They have developed a technology that can identify when a gun is out in the open, and it was designed after certain mass shootings, particularly we were given examples at school campuses, at business campuses, where often the shooter would have the gun out, sometimes minutes prior to a shot going off. And so obviously every second counts, every minute counts, and we thought if we could identify somebody carrying a gun on our system, obviously our virtual patrol could take a look and our police officers could get there. Unfortunately, our cameras are old. We have analog cameras, and while they have really helped the Philadelphia Police identify, they've helped our DA be able to prosecute with good evidence. As far as the AI algorithms and how they use the back office and the analysis, it wasn't a good fit. It also wasn't a good fit on how someone carries something on a school campus and a business campus doesn't also correlate. We're going to continue conversations. It just wasn't worth us investing in this type of technology without seeing the results that we wanted to see. But we'll continue doing that, and we are now investing that money in other initiatives that the chief can elaborate on that are showing direct results to reducing crime and reducing violence on the system.
Thank you, Leslie.
Morning, Council President. So I've spent 31 years in the SEPTA Transit Police Organization. That has helped me to establish a lot of good relationships with our counterparts in the city of Philadelphia. And we're very lucky in that Commissioner Bethel, from the very beginning of his administration, has brought us into the fold and given me an opportunity to work very closely with his immediate team on establishing some priorities. One of the biggest ones being around school safety. And so we have worked closely on developing some corridor plans between the schools and the SEPTA facilities, establishing a partnership with the city on escorting buses of school kids into terminals, and we're working together on that. And then as we establish these priorities, we kick them down to our staff to do the same exact thing at a local district level among all the police districts in the city. I can tell you that we haven't had this good of a coordinated effort with the city in a very long time. And that's a credit to Commissioner Bethel and his staff. Well, you talked about virtual patrol. I want to touch on that. So it was a new group that we developed last year, and we planned on that group at a time when we were having a lot of trouble staffing police officers. So we brought in a team of civilians, and we targeted retired law enforcement because we wanted that kind of effort, that knowledge to bring in. And so we brought in a group of individuals who would patrol our system just by camera. And the advantage that they have is that they can pull up multiple stations at a time and have overwatch now at a much larger area of SEPTA than our cops can even have in person. What we have seen now, having staffed this for a year, is an unbelievable success rate in a couple of areas, right? So those folks are now getting out ahead of our patrols as police are moving throughout SEPTA and identifying problems that they can direct our police to. It could be homeless encampments setting up, could be large groups of juveniles kind of congregating. Trouble tends to follow that. So they're getting out ahead of that and directing police to where we need to go. We think that's certainly having a positive effect on crime reduction. The other thing that they're doing is folks that commit crimes on SEPTA, they always return. They're always using SEPTA to get around the city. These folks are identifying a lot of criminals that have hit us for crimes on SEPTA. We're now taking a lot of criminals off the street. Our arrests are up through the roof for the first quarter of the year, and I give that team a lot of credit for that.
Can I have your name, please?
I'm sorry, yeah. So Chuck Lawson, Lawson, Chief of Police.
Thank you, Chief Lawson. Just one more question, now I'll turn it over to my members. The SCOPE program, Safety, Cleaning, Ownership, Partnership, and Engagement. I remember this program was just started. I think it was probably pre-pandemic or right before the pandemic kicked off. What's the role your program is playing when it comes to the strategy to address the quality of life issues in Kensington, right? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, SEPTA really is responsible for transporting people from A to B. But nevertheless, you have to step up to a whole different other space around addressing quality of life issues that impacts the riders, as well as that impacts individuals who get on and off our transportation apparatus across the city. And so just give me an idea of the role that your team has played. Are you at the table strategizing around what's going to take place in Kensington? Because we know that a lot of those L stops are impacted by
Sure.
what's going on in the area.
So first, I'd like to just point out our Director of SCOPE, Ken Divers, who's here with me. I'm going to answer your question. If you want more detail, Ken is more than willing to come up. Specifically on the Kensington issue, I think he can provide the detail that you need on that. I know everyone is aware, and I actually really like the fact that SCOPE, you can't remember when it started, because that means that it's something that we should be involved in. SCOPE started after the pandemic. So it started, I started in January 2020, and we realized as soon as the pandemic started, not that it wasn't an issue before, but that challenges around the vulnerable population, what they were presenting on our system, were becoming overwhelming and in numbers and in a degree that we had never seen before. And yes, I agree, we are a transit system, but if we didn't also try to help and try to figure out how to get the vulnerable population to where they can receive services to help them, and not using our system as shelter, where it shouldn't be shelter. It's a transit system, it's not a shelter. And so I'm very proud of the SCOPE program. It has won a national award. There's no program like it really in the country, and now others are emulating what we are doing. We knew that while we have certain expertise, we don't have expertise when it comes to mental health issues, we don't have expertise when it comes to drug addiction issues, and we don't have expertise when it comes to housing issues, which are three of the large challenges that are facing our vulnerable population. I'm going to give you a few statistics, and then I'm going to ask Ken to talk more about Kensington, because I know this council has a big interest in Kensington, and so do we, because we see drug addiction throughout the system. It is causing huge problems. In fact, it's causing a huge problem right now on 2nd Street, on the 2nd Street stop of our Market Frankfurt line, where open use of drugs is something that we have to strategize around. But I just wanted to let you know how active they are. So just last year, there were over 84,000 engagements. And we count the number of engagements because that could be 12 engagements with one person, could be 100 engagements with one person, but they are very, very busy. Over 7,000 referrals to services. They deployed Narcan over 200 times. They stopped 2,500 people from smoking a variety of substances on our system. And they had 480 warm handoffs, which we hope are leading people to more stability in their lives and able to deal. And they also had nearly 3,000 calls to police dispatch. It is a very, very active group, and we partner with a variety of people with a variety of different expertise. And if I could bring Ken up now, just to talk to you exactly, we have a specific strategy just around Kensington, because obviously we want to support what this council and the mayor is doing in that area.
Thank you, Leslie. And good morning, Council President Kenyatta. My name is Kenneth Divers. I'm the Director of Outreach Programs at SEPTA and the overseer of the SCOPE program. As Leslie said, in 2021, we began the SCOPE program. To your direct point, President Kenyatta, in the last quarter of this year, the first quarter of this year, we had about 3,500 removals off the system. We talk about engagement, it's true. Those engagements, each engagement equals a removal off the system. So just to kind of give a context, we had partnered today, we have about 7 outreach teams in the morning. Each team consists of 2 outreach individuals. We have 7 teams in the afternoon, and those hours are from 5 to 1 in the morning and from 1 until 11 in the afternoon. And as it relates to Kensington, we have teams there at Allegheny Station, Tioga Station, and Somerset Station. Static deployment, they don't go anywhere. We have them there for 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. We partnered with the Office of Homeless Services. We partnered with DBH IDS. All right. We also partner very closely. I just met with Deputy Commissioner Rosario. I also met with Adam Gear just recently, as well as Naftali Ramos. We work very closely with Councilwoman Lozada's office, and we identify gaps in services and where they can help us to address these issues. But primarily, President, we have our teams there without fail, 6 days a week, 16 hours a day. We also partner, if I didn't say this already, we also partnered with Kensington Hospital. We partnered with the Department of Public Health. I believe it's called SUPER, Substance Use Prevention and Harm Reduction. And excuse me if I got that wrong, but I do believe that's what it is. We've also partnered with a number of other agencies. You also mentioned, in your preamble, you mentioned Alany. We just recently partnered with Covenant House. And if you know anything about Covenant House, they deal with youth homelessness as well as sexual trafficking, and they are at our Alany station, all right, 4 days a week, and they've been creating some wonderful impacts for us. So this is not exhaustive, of course, but these are just some of the things that we're doing in Kensington.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge, I'm going to relax my time to my members, but I do want to acknowledge the work of my majority leader, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Deputy Whip, Councilman Cindy Bass, and Council members Young, Lozada, and Phillips around the bus revolution, which we're going to get more into as this process goes along. I know the Madam Leader have had several meetings out in the community around this topic, and I know Councilmember Young had a couple. My stuff in the South Philly good, but that's a different story. But we thank y'all to be quite frank with you, we want to thank you and your team for listening. right? And doing the due diligence and taking into considerations and the concerns of the community as a terms of just going roughshod and say, hey, here's how it has to be, and then us versus SEPTA as in terms of the rollout of this project. So I know it's been going on for a while, but we do thank y'all for being patient and saying, okay, let's make sure that people really know what's going on, because it is going to be a transformative change, right? When you start changing the numbers and the letters of different buses and the routes, and we think about our seniors, and we think about our children that go to and from school that are going to be impacted. So I just want to acknowledge the leadership of my members around that particular topic. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilmember Phillips.
Thank you, Council President. I also want to echo how excited and proud I am of Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson for really helping us with the SEPTA bus revolution process here in the city. So thank you so much. I have a question. My first question focuses on our seniors. To our knowledge, and this is something that's come up in a lot of meetings, seniors have to go downtown to receive their disability card, and if they want a same-day senior pass. Otherwise, if they want their disability card, if you're disabled and so forth, you supposedly will have to wait weeks, right, to get it if you do it through one of our offices in the neighborhood. But if you want it the same day, you have to go all the way downtown. And a lot of our seniors are not fortunate or excited about the idea to go downtown, fortunate to have the ability to go downtown often. So how can we make that better so maybe they can come to some of our council offices or state offices, somewhere more locally, to work on disability cards?
Yeah, so end of last year, we hit a real snag, I would say, with our senior cars, and there were weeks that we were delayed in getting the senior cars out. That has been fixed. We have a new vendor that we work with right now. In fact, we've changed where they can come for the same-day service at 12:34. And we have improved how seniors and those with disabilities can get it at certain council offices, state representative offices. We're looking at a mobile van as well and getting this service out that we can do it and make it easier. We want to make it easier. We understand that it is difficult for certain individuals to get downtown to receive their cards. We have been able to accommodate, and if you know of anyone in your district who is having an issue, please let us know. Give us their name. We will reach out and see how we can assist them. But I'd be pleased to have staff talk to you about individual issues. I know that we've been working through them. And again, it is our plan to get cards into every senior's hands and anyone with disabilities who wants to ride our system, who needs to ride our system. So we're always working out those kinks. There are certain things that we have to do because of the back end of how the cards are printed, of how they're connected to our back end computer. I wish we could be more flexible in a few things, but we are figuring that out, and we are more flexible than ever, and again, helping individuals. So let's follow up. Please let us know if you have a list of certain individuals who have had a hard time. We have had much success in following up individually, and we'd be happy to sit down with your staff in general and see if we can address any specific issues that you're having. But I can tell you that I personally have been, for those who can make it, I've been there, and it is moving much more smoothly than it has in the past few months.
No, thank you for that, and hopefully we can have a better structure and system going forward from you all. But in the meantime, I'm hoping you, like you said, you had a commitment to helping the seniors who need it the
Absolutely.
most. We've been very curious about what is SEPTA's plans to address some of the public safety issues. I know we talked about it just now with the council president and his questions, but I'm at one of the parts in our district is Broad Alley, and which is a huge area for loitering, drugs, other stuff that happens. What I'm hoping to see is how does this budget really address ways to be able to get more creative with policing? I know you have a union, SEPTA officers, but is there something that we can do with just having general security or something so that people are not jumping on the bus for free, people people are not hanging out at the SEPTA station causing chaos. People are not having all these types of trash thrown and just loitering just happening. Like, what are we going to do to come up with a plan beyond policing to kind of maybe help with that particular issue in general?
Yeah, so we have, we're increasing policing. That's part of it. I know you said besides that, but just want to make sure. So we are near full head count, which is allowing our police officers to be able to do things that they haven't been able to do over the last few years. They're going to be able to get on buses more often. We're talking with Commissioner Bethel also about continuing bus checks that the Philadelphia Police used to do regularly prior to the pandemic. We are aware of the short staffing right now and the challenges that the police department in Philadelphia are having, so we are working closely there. We're also increasing our cleaning, and we're adding 100 cleaners. We're also doing a top-down reorganization. So we are going to have a deputy chief operating officer that only oversees cleaning. We do not have that position right now. And that person will report to our COO, and all of cleaning platforms, stations, vehicles, tracks, and the areas around will be coordinating as well. So that is you're gonna see a big change there, and we'll continually work to see how we can work together on that. It is going to be a collaborative effort. We've been talking to the Parker administration on this as well, and again, we're happy to talk with staff. Broad and Olney is a hotspot for us. And it is a location that the chief and his team, as well as Ken and his team, and our cleaning team is very much aware of. And so we are also going to be looking together to do that. I don't know if, Chief, you had anything to add, particularly about Broad and Olney?
So I would add just a couple of more upgrades that are coming as a result of the budget, in addition to the staffing level, which always allows for more creativity in deployment. There's technology upgrades that we have planned that is now bringing our ability to have real-time oversight of the camera system on our buses. We've never had that before. And so as the budget expands, as the technology improves, we're now able to look in live on buses as they're driving down the street, which it always took a police officer being on the bus to be able to determine that.
Great. And I also want to ask this question. I'm going to come back probably in the second round on this. But a lot of our residents miss the bus depots. They miss some of them, just want to get back to if we're able to, if district council members are able to request bus depots, well, not depots, the best word is the shuttle, the shuttle, yeah, the shelter, bus shelter, that's what it is. The bus shelters, they're missing the bus shelters. If we're able to know like high traffic areas where the shelters could be really utilized, how can we get that? Because I know why we took them out, right? Because there's a lot of loitering, but some folks are older and they would like to sit down and actually be away from some of the elements as they stand on the bus.
Can I,
Let our board member, Mike Carroll, because that is a city, we work with Otis. Yeah. We work with Otis on those issues, so I'm going to let Mike Carroll comment.
She's the best.
speaking of that mic,
Okay.
I just want no smoke in here this morning. Just want to thank you, Mike, because you helped me out in Southwest Philadelphia. And it was a couple years in the workings, right? But Member Phillips is correct. Like the seniors, I'm like a rock star outside that senior center in Southwest Philadelphia, all because they just wanted the bench to sit when they go downtown. And so there's definitely some merit to what he's talking about. But thank you for hanging in there with me. We figured it out to actually get it done. Mike Carroll.
Yeah, my pleasure, Council President. Mike Carroll, Deputy Managing Director for the Office of Transportation Infrastructure Systems. So thank you, Councilmember Phillips. So yeah, just for clarity, the bus shelters are public property of the City of Philadelphia. And we coordinate with SEPTA in terms of getting data from them to understand where the ridership is highest, to help us figure out where to place shelters. And we're, I'm going to say, about 8 years into a program to upgrade the shelters citywide. That program is not deploying at the rate that we would have liked it to be, especially throughout the pandemic. I will say that as Otis, it's not our policy to take away shelters. So certainly if there's some locations that you feel like had shelters that need shelters and where those went away, let's get that specific list and we'll work on it. There's some likelihood that the shelters that were there were in a state of bad repair and they're awaiting either some sort of replacement, they're in the queue to get new shelters, or alternatively, in some situations working with police or other elected officials, maybe not, as coordinated as it should be with the council office, there might have been a request that shelter come out, but, we'll work on the specifics that you have and figure that stuff out.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, SEPTA.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Nicholas O'Rourke.
Thank you, Council President, and good morning to you all. I represent an office and a party that is fundamentally committed to working families. And SEPTA is how families get to work, turns out, and get to school and recreation, to spend money and support the local economy, to see loved ones, and to gather at community spaces that create safer and more connected city. SEPTA is also one of our strongest allies in meeting our climate emissions goals and preparing for climate change. It's clear that SEPTA is the lifeblood of the city, and I want to help continue the work that Council has done, the great work of the administration and SEPTA itself, to develop a public transit system that truly meets the needs of every Philadelphian, because Philadelphia does not thrive when SEPTA does not thrive. To that point, I want to applaud all of the impressive work discussed in your testimony, Ms. Richards. It's clear that SEPTA is working extremely hard and thinking creatively about how to improve the system during difficult times. And with that, I have a couple of questions. I do understand, as has been raised, I believe, by Councilman Phillips, that you're taking big strides to recruit, retain, train, and expand the transit police presence on SEPTA. I think often our gut reaction in society to safety issues is to just ramp up police presence. We make these connections in our mind that means automatically safety. But I am curious about how SEPTA, to that question, is thinking outside the box to improve safety beyond just policing by making riders feel more welcome with art, music, creating community spaces. Could you talk more about other creative initiatives that SEPTA is working on to rebuild an atmosphere of trust, of safety, and enjoyment for Philadelphians taking public transit?
Absolutely. And you can ask me a question anytime. I loved everything that you said leading up to your question. Just enjoying myself. And look, I agree that we are that, particularly for working families, and we want to be even better in doing that. So I appreciate you acknowledging what we've accomplished, and we want to work with you to be even better to do that, because we know people are really counting on us. And I also love your question, because I also agree that there are a lot of innovative ways that we can engage our public, that we can be good community partners, where we're more than just how they get from point A to point B. We've had some amazing programs. We had partnered last year, I believe it may have been 2 years ago, with the Reading Promise, where families, as they were getting to school, they could get stories that were written by local children. There were murals that even reflected and we used local students as models, and they could see themselves reflected on murals in different stations. It was so successful that we continue, and we still have those storytelling kiosks in a variety of different locations. We have one above 13th Street, says the stop, and I often press it. I will admit my favorite story written by a local student was just 2 words, and that was "Dallas sucks." It came out of the kiosk, and who could say it better than our school students, right? And pardon my language if I know I'm in an esteemed body right now. But I mean, it's that laughter. It is that connection, right? Somebody who's maybe running around, maybe the adult who is taking that child around that day is really stressed. Maybe they're taking care of an older relative at the same time and trying to get some children to where they need to be and then take care of their own. Maybe they have to pick up all of these things. And so if we can give some levity, if we can give some color, some art, some experience to them where it's more than just rushing through their day, we want to do it. We're very proud of our partnership with Mural Arts. In fact, Jane Golden is one of my favorite people in the city. Talk about someone who thinks creatively. I'm very lucky. She always says, in my past jobs as well, that she needs walls, and I luckily have always had a job where there's plenty of walls.
Plenty of walls.
And we have done over 24 murals together. Not only just murals, but murals that have provided same-day to work for those who are unhoused, who also wrap services around them afterwards. I have spent time in the mural arts space, which we provide for the same-day to work, the Color Me Back program in Suburban Station. And it is very interesting, the questions that they ask to help people get back on their feet. I'm just going to give you a few, because I brought them home. Actually, we asked them, it's Passover right now, and I have the list of questions, and during our Seder, we asked some of these questions from Mural Arts. And it was, what item in your house what represents something special about you? If you had to take one thing with you, what would that be, right? You're like in a rush, things like that. How do you identify, right, in your space, and what's important to you? If you had to give something to somebody that would give them the best picture of who you are, what would that be? And these are questions especially to those who are unhoused, and there's more, by the way. It really helps them develop a sense of identity, a sense of purpose, not just somebody who's living on the street or trying to survive on a daily basis. So there's a lot of work that's going on in addition to these beautiful murals that people get to see. It's just who is making them and where it is in the community. We've done some murals that has one of my favorites is in Germantown, and it's a history to hip hop and trolleys at the same time. And it's because people identify, especially those who have grown up in Philadelphia, SEPTA is part of their history as well. Yeah. And so I am a huge advocate for this type of innovative thinking. In fact, just yesterday, we have a new chief technology officer, so to bring it into technology, we were talking about gamifying certain training programs. We're talking about experiences that our riders could have and feel as a community as well. And so anyway, I am thrilled to talk more about that. I think that's what makes SEPTA and Philadelphia and this region really special, because we have a rich cultural history. We also have bus routes that go to a variety of different museums, that go to a variety of different historic areas. And we're always looking at places that we can, we can elaborate on that. And I'll just end, because I could talk about this question for a long time. We've also reached out to Janine Cook, who's the owner of Harriet's Bookshop, which is Right Bookstore, which is right off of our Girard stop. I'm a big fan of all the work that she's doing. She has created these trolley tours that take the participants to a variety of different spots. So we're meeting with her now. I'm meeting with our Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer, Emmanuel Murthel, and we're seeing how we can combine SEPTA in that and how we can make it more accessible to others. And very excited about that, and we can update your office on that as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. The chair also recognizes Councilman Jamie Gardier is present, Councilman Kathy Gilmore Richardson is present, and Chair of Transportation, Councilmember Mike Driscoll is present. The chair recognizes Councilmember Nina Ahmad.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning. Good to see you. General Manager and I go back a long time, and I'll get straight to the questions. Everybody's already commented on what a comprehensive forward-looking plan you have, and congratulations on that. But the devil is in the details, right? And so my question, which I had started with you a while ago around the safety, and this came out after the horrific sexual assault on the Blue Line, right? So, and at that, post that was the virtual patrol initiation, I believe. And at the last time we spoke, before I was in this office, was that you had some, but it wasn't fully staffed at all. I wanted to know what has changed since 2022 on that, in terms of how many more people you have, and also what outcomes have you been tracking as a result of doing that?
So we've done a lot since we first met and sat down. I know after that horrible rape that occurred on the Market Frankfurt line, and I so appreciated you helping bring those together who had experienced harassment in their lives and assaults, and doing a ride on SEPTA with us. So thank you for coordinating that. Since then, I'm very pleased to report on what we're doing. And you also, it was eye-opening. And we have put together specific programs that are geared toward women's safety on our system. We've met with BART and LA Metro, who have done this extensively in California. We are learning from them as well. We have, who I would love to introduce to you, by the way, we have an intern from Temple right now who, as part of her gender studies classes, had to write a letter on something she sees and she wants to, talk about. And so she wrote a letter directed to SEPTA about sexual harassment that occurs on our system often, as you know, and how women can travel safer and how can they feel better on SEPTA. It was a hard letter to read, just as the conversations we've had are hard, but she has agreed to be an intern with us and helping us put together a program that is geared toward college students, but also others, of how they can be safer. There are a lot of things she didn't know about SEPTA, which she said was already making her feel better, but she wants to do more. And her peers at Temple and other colleges also want to help us. We're figuring it out now, but she will be a full-time summer intern. She's a junior now, going to become a senior. And she has also opened up wonderful ideas. We have a new women of safety group. In fact, there's an open survey right now where women and others can talk about where they felt they aren't safe, where they may have experienced harassment and what that is. And then also you may have recognized, I want to point out, we have a former member of WAR, Women Organized Against Rape, who are now part of our SCOPE team. And I know Teresa's here, if you want to just raise your hand behind me. So we are thrilled. You mentioned the vacancies that we had, and we knew that that was a gap in the expertise. While we could partner with people, we wanted someone full-time, and we are thrilled when Teresa applied and wanted to become part of our team, and we knew that that was going to fill a gap for us. So she just started with us, but obviously with Ken Divers and now Teresa doing and heading that program and our partnerships, I know we can do even more. I just wanted to share the few new things that we're real excited about, and we look forward to sitting down with your staff and giving you all of the details. And we're very interested, as soon as the survey is done as well, what we can do. And again, we learned so much, particularly from LA Metro, who has how women ride study and how they can feel safe and be safer on their system. And we're taking that and taking that a step farther in what's appropriate for the Philadelphia region.
Well, thank you for taking it seriously and actually putting some resources behind it, because as you know, words are cheap. We got to put some money behind these things to make sure it actually works. I have a different type of question for you around the Navy Yard. You know, it's supposed to be the next big development. We know there's shuttles from the NRG station, but I'm wondering how SEPTA is working with PIDC to prepare for a massive residential and commercial development that is undergoing in the Navy Yard.
Yeah. So we work with the executive director, Jody Harris, over there quite regularly. I personally have been down to the Navy Yard many times. I have taken the subway down to NRG. I've hopped on the bus to do that remaining route. I'm aware, I've been there on the weekends where, you know, the service isn't as frequent as we would like it as well. It's very exciting what's happening down there at the Navy Yard, how it's developing. It is definitely a future destination. It is becoming more and more important in the Philadelphia landscape here. I've actually spoken to Governor Shapiro about it as well, because he wanted to see how is SEPTA helping with economic development in southeastern Pennsylvania. And he specifically asked me about the Navy Yard. He asked me about the Bellwether District. He wanted to see these new, even though the Navy Yard is not new, but how it's being utilized is new. How we are going to provide service for there. So the money that is in the governor's proposed budget is tied to that. And we are keeping touch. And I have also met with Budget Secretary Monson, the Pennsylvania Budget Secretary, and we are updating him. I've also met with Ben Kirshner in Governor Shapiro's office, who's very interested, and Brian Regley. And so we are keeping track of how the development is being supported and what type of service they need. We've had some, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but SEPTA Key Advantage that the city does, we've had some discussions with tenants of how they could provide that, not just as employers providing it to their employees, which we are definitely talking to, but as facility owners and anyone who rents from them may be able to get some type of free transit. And we're working on it right now, but again, we're trying to be innovative, increase ridership, and also get the frequent service that we need there.
Thank you. I'll hold my questions for the next round. Thank you.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Councilman Nina Meyer.
It's me.
The chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau.
Thank you. It's all the rookies look alike, right? Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a huge fan of SEPTA. Love it. Take it as often as possible. And my son takes it every day to go to public school. So I think it's super important as we're moving all of us around the city. I want to get a better understanding of the SCOPE program. I get it in general, but I want to dig a little deeper. First, did I miss this? Is there one person at SEPTA who oversees all of SCOPE? Okay.
There is one person, and that's Ken Divers.
Okay.
So we actually have two. So Ken and Teresa, they are full. I'm glad you asked, because we want everyone to be aware. So we have two full-time employees that just work on our SCOPE program every single day, and then they partner with other expertise, depending what county we're working in, depending what community we're working in.
Okay. Oh, so this is for counties too? This isn't just Philadelphia?
Yeah, we
Gotcha.
service 5 counties, and
a
while
lot
the
of work.
majority of our service is here in Philadelphia, we also work with particularly Delaware County and Montgomery County, very active around 69th Street, around our trolley lines, around Norristown Transportation Center. Obviously, if we're working with a housing group in Philadelphia, they won't have housing out in the counties, but we're working with shelters out in the other counties. We're working also with the county structure, just like Philly has behavioral health, so do the other counties. It's just like they have services that help with drug addiction and others, the other counties have that as well. So we work with all the different county services.
So do we both pay the service groups that work with us and also ask them to volunteer?
Yes,
Or-
I'm going to let Ken, we pay them. They are contractors to us. We also have some students, which I'm very proud of this program. We have Cabrini University students working for us. We have Drexel students working for us. I'm going to let Ken talk about it because I like to hear him talk about it because I'm very proud of that as well. So we have a variety of different partners, but yes, and we have social service agencies. Again, we have contracts with them. So we are not asking, we are not relying on volunteer services for sure. They are doing real work for us, and we are paying for it, and we and our board approves us spending money on these really important topics. But I'm going to let Ken.
No problem. Thank you, Leslie. Good morning, council member. The SCOPE program, and Leslie is right, the only reason why it's successful is because of her leadership and the board's support. That's the only reason why it's successful. And because of that, she talked about the health navigators from Cabrini University and Drexel University. That was part and partial because of her leadership. She reached out to President John Fry from Drexel University, and we were able to obtain, at that time, it's up to 17 now, but at that time it was 13 first-year medical students. They're doing their 6-month practicum on the SEPTA system. The purpose of these students, they offer minor, extremely minor wound care, right? They also deal with Narcan distribution, minor first aid, but also they guide these individuals off the SEPTA system and in the places of respite. And these places, we provide them. One of our outreach vendors that Leslie talked about is Marrakey Parkside Recovery, and we also have a partnership with the Northeast Treatment Center. Those are the two that we currently have. Previously, we had Marrakey ODAT, which is one day at a time, and Eagle Staffing. But under this new RFP, we have those two. So what they do, they are the ones that we pay. But we're also very proud to share with you that because of the SCOPE program, we had a lot of agencies knocking on our door wanting to help. And they want to do this in kind. They understand the financial obligation and some of the struggles that we have financially. So they're reaching out to us and say, listen, you should not be in the social service business. So we want to come in and we want to help you. You heard me mention about Kensington Hospital. I didn't reach out to them, they reached out to me. You heard me, I talked about a number of other companies such as Covenant House, and there's so many others. The partnerships that we have are legion. I don't have enough time to get into all of it, but it's a huge amount of partners to help us do that. And a lot of those partnerships are in kind because they see the value of what we are, as a transportation company, what we are trying to do. I just got off the phone yesterday with Canada, Montreal, Canada, and Toronto, and Miami-Dade, LA, Chicago, because they see the value of this program and they want to mimic it at their various counties and their transit agencies. So I can answer any more specific question that you have.
I just wanted to underscore, I think some of the in-kind services are great because the truth is it's almost intake for the work they do anyway, right? They are already, providing healthcare, providing other social services, and this is a great way to get the folks to them. Have you had any conversations with the city or the state on opioid settlement money to help fund this?
Well, there was conversation about it, but insofar as it relates to any demonstrable impact to SEPTA, we're still waiting for that. So I don't know if Leslie, you wanted to speak about that?
I don't have anything more. It has been discussed, but nothing has come out of those discussions.
Okay. And then somewhere in between this group is, when we talk about the stations, and I'm very interested in making the stations beautiful and making them equitable, and so making sure that not just Center City's stations look great, but that they're all over. I appreciated hearing you talk about Olney Transportation Center that definitely needs a facelift. It's been a while. But is there also, have you done any work to partner with the city, for example, for the new pilot program of those, of the outside bathrooms, those the new fancy portable bathrooms that maybe you could put towards some of these stations and resolve some of the issues?
We've heard about them. We're definitely excited about them. We know that that's going to help. It's tough for our cleaners. We have a cleaner here who, the first time I met him, he was teaching a newly hired young maintenance custodian how to bleach human feces on our system. So we're very happy to have that there. We have not gone above that to talk about how we can partner on the bathrooms themselves, but we are open to that and happy to sit down with anyone you suggest. But we're very excited about that.
Have you come up with do you have a plan for which stations you're doing when? Is there a master plan for that?
We do have a master plan that we can share of when money comes in. It's longer than I would like. It's probably longer than you would like. For instance, I know you asked for others than Center City, but I'm just going to give this as an example. So City Hall, Dilworth Plaza, I mean, we're not going to be able to really touch that in a significant way until 2028 because we just don't, it's just, we want to get to it sooner. But we're operating with a capital budget that is $1 billion less than other agencies like Boston have, and so we have to work within our means. And we would love nothing else than to be able to be more aggressive on these timelines, but we do have a plan. We can share that with everyone where every station gets touched. Obviously, bringing all of the stations up to ADA accessibility is very important to us, and we're working on that as well. But again, we are open and happy to sit down with you and your staff and figure out other ways that we can do that. I do want, and this also is attached to Councilmember O'Rourke's question as well. We are working with FIFA 2026, and we're working on how visitors outside of Philadelphia will use our system and how we can improve. It might be temporary improvements, but it'll also leave a legacy. We're looking along the Broad Street line and other areas that we'll use. We'll definitely touch outside of Center City as well, and certain improvements. We're working on with mural arts on that as well, and we're open to other groups.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
We're good.
Good. So I had a couple of questions, and some of my questions have already been asked, so I'm going to skip around a little bit. So the bus revolution is a cost-saving measure, correct?
No.
No?
It is, in fact, we are investing $128 million in end-of-line facilities, right? Making sure that on some of these new routes and some of the older routes that our operators have bathroom facilities that they can rest in between, starting loops. So the money on the infrastructure is being spent.
Okay, so on the capital side.
Yeah, and then we are working within our headcount right now for operators and within our vehicle numbers. So we're not buying new buses. Right now we have 1,400 buses, and we plan to have a fleet of 1,400 buses moving forward.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused. Excuse me. I'm a little bit confused because when we met before in my office, you said that the rationale for the service changes and cuts was because SEPTA was losing money. Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you asked me so I can clarify.
Sure.
The reason is that because SEPTA is losing ridership.
Right.
So prior to the pandemic, we were losing ridership. In fact, several years prior to the pandemic, our ridership had gone down almost 20% on our buses. So we knew prior to the pandemic that our bus routes were not serving the people that we know there are more people that it needs to serve, but it wasn't reliable, it wasn't frequent enough. People had to look at schedules all the time. And so Bus Revolution is providing better, reliable, more frequent service to more people so that they can get to where they want to go. And when we talked about budget neutrality, we were talking about the number of workforce, and mainly our operators, our mechanics, as well as the number of vehicles that we are using. So I'm glad I got a chance to clarify that. You were right in that we talked about we were trying to fix a problem that it was reducing, but it was our ridership. It wasn't. That this is going to help us with more reliable service, which we know will help us with ridership, which we know will help us with budgetary issues. So it is connected.
Okay, so I got it. So, but if we're concerned about ridership, and this is, again, back to the conversation we had a couple months ago, if we're concerned about ridership, and we know that ridership has been steadily declining, and we also know that SEPTA is perceived by a lot of folks as being unclean, unsafe, that people just aren't comfortable on the system. As you know, I hear it all the time. I hear it all the time. And so I'd like to know what kind of changes the revolution is going to make that's going to really significantly address these issues. I've heard that we're going to clean more, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I have to tell you, I'm not convinced. I was at Broad and Alany, not recently, but a few months ago, and it was the dirtiest I've ever seen any stop anywhere. And again, we talked about this, so I'm not mentioning anything new to you, but it was dirty to the point where it was embarrassing, that this is what we were offering our ridership. And, you know, I said to you then, and I'll say again now, I think that SEPTA can and should do better, that they should offer better to their paying customers, their fare payers, in terms of being able to get on a system that is clean, that feels safe. They're not worried about, I can't pull out my cell phone, I can't pull out, you know, I have to be very careful about who's around me, all of those kinds of things that go into people saying, you know what, it's just not worth it. I'm just going to get a car, which we don't want them to do, or it's just not worth it. I'm going to take a ride share service, or I'm going to just figure out another way to get to where I'm trying to get to.
So the first, let me address the first part of the question. So Bus Revolution is going to provide service where we know it's needed right now, especially post-pandemic. First of all, we see more women traveling, and we see more, our ridership, more minorities traveling. And they need service later at night, not so much 9 to 5. We don't have the frequency after 6 p.m. In order to serve these riders. And we don't have the frequency on weekends. We're seeing a lot of people who do shift work. We're seeing a lot of people who work on weekends. We're seeing the service that they need. We don't have it because 60 years ago when we did these routes, it was really around a 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. And so a lot of our riders are not getting the service they want. We also don't want people to have to look at schedules all the time. Ideally, we want as many routes as possible to be on 15 minutes or less. That way you don't even have to worry. You run out, I'm gonna catch the 47, I know it's gonna be here every 8 minutes or whatever. So that's where Bus Revolution is gonna help, and it's going to help in big ways.
So I would say, I'm sorry, I know my time's gonna run out soon. Okay. I don't mean to cut you off. But I would say that if we know that, okay, we want folks to feel comfortable and say, I know that a bus is coming every 15 minutes on this particular route, and that's a great thing, but not to do that at the expense of another bus route being cut, detoured, inconveniencing the people who are regular riders of that bus route. You know, we have to make, you know, if we're going to make these investments, then we either have to make them across the board, or we have to make them in a way that does no harm to those who are riding other routes that might not be as frequent, that you might not want to ride you know, a particular bus every 15 minutes. You know, once an hour may be adequate service, depending on, you know, what the constituents are used to and where it's going and all those kinds of things. But the idea that we're going to sacrifice one for the other, you know, is not acceptable. And I know that you've made a lot of changes to the Bus Revolution. We just got the notice this morning, so it's kind of hard to digest when you're just getting something right before the hearing, you know, that says, oh, we're changing course, we're going to do this better, we're going to do that better. I really wish we had had this information sooner so we could get a fuller picture of exactly how our constituencies are going to be affected. But for some of the routes in my district, I noticed that, you know, it's much better. You know, it's, you know, a better way of looking at things. And the last thing I'm going to just ask real quickly is, since we're, you know, going back to the money thing, if we're losing ridership, we're trying to get ridership back, there's you know, an expense to losing ridership, and now we're trying to, you know, make sure that we don't lose money. It's a small thing, but to me it doesn't make a lot of sense, and that is changing the bus route names. Why are we changing it from the Z to the R to the 43 to the 12 to the, you know, like what is the thought process behind that? Because I really just don't get it. No. If you're changing, I don't care what you call it, but I know that the Route 48 runs from 28th and Allegheny all the way down 29th Street in the center city and back around again. You know, I know that the 33 runs up and down, you know, North Philadelphia and 22nd Street. You know, like you just know that what these bus routes, where they go. And so now if you change the 48 to the, I don't know, the 95. Like, why are we doing that if it could cause any level of confusion to our ridership? What is the significance of spending the money, the new expense for marketing materials and promotional materials to let people know about a change that
Yeah.
is, in my opinion, it doesn't really, it's not really significant.
Okay. Do I have a few minutes to respond to a few of
Yes.
those? Okay. So first of all, very proud that Bus Revolution, 99% of people who can access the bus routes now, still 99% in the Bus Revolution. There are always going to be trade-offs when we make change. I can tell you when I came here in January 2020, there was not a line out my door where people were thanking me for SEPTA bus service. In fact, I did not receive one call telling me that our bus system is working correctly right now. We know we need to change, and we know we need to be better. And we know that Bus Revolution, because it's been done, this comprehensive bus network redesign, in multiple cities. And in each of those cities, it has been an improved outcome, and that's what we want to do. Please allow us to change to be better.
Sure.
And then in talking, I'm just going to give you an example as far as changing the routes. We want to make it easier. Part of our strategic plan is to make it easier to navigate and use our system. Our system has been, even our buses have been a variety of different bus companies that came together. Sometimes they're named after an old trolley route that they took over. And so we're trying to make sure that people understand where they're going and where they can go. And I would just say, because I know we're running out of time.
I know we're out of time.
I'll ride the system
but
with you, because I would love to see what you're seeing and address those challenges.
We've talked about riding together for a few years now. We'd still like to do that and still
Okay.
like to make
Well,
that
let's set a
happen.
date.
But we don't want to ride it at 11 o'clock in the morning, when everything is over. We want to ride it at like 7:30 when it's on. We want to ride it, in the evening when, kids are out of school, people are coming home from work.
sure.
And, it's a whole lot going on. So, but I'm going to circle back because I do want to finish up on that question. Thank you, Mr.
As I don't own a car, and that's when I'm on the system as well. So it'll be very easy
Okay.
for me to meet you anywhere you like, anywhere on the system. So
Okay, I'm
I
going to
look
see you
forward to
tomorrow
it.
morning. All right.
I have a board meeting tomorrow, so maybe we could ask Chair Lawrence if I could skip out of that, and then you would be my favorite council member if I could skip the board meeting.
right,
I don't know, Mike,
morning.
you're on the board, is that okay? Anyway, I look forward to it, I truly
Okay.
do.
Thank you.
You're welcome, member. The chair recognizes Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Thank you so much, Council President. So I have some questions, but I want to just start. So I had the privilege to be in Tennessee, which is someplace that has no transit, to be in Vienna and Berlin, where transit was like a utopian experience. Also, I almost got arrested, but that's a whole nother story.
I want the full story, by the way.
I'll share it with you later on. And just that experience gave me appreciation for what we have here and what we can do better. And I see that we're talking about things that I saw in my travels. And just for a framework, we had council members from Tennessee and Chicago navigating transit with us in Vienna and Berlin. And it was very different. We had an opportunity for Chicago and Philly to talk about the difference and what stop this reminds us of. But one thing overarching that we had was just the cleanliness and the availability and the ridership. So one of my questions around ridership, what can we do to increase ridership? Because a lot of the problems that we see, I think we didn't see there because there was so many people on transit everywhere.
Yeah, look, I wish that the United States, that Americans thought about transit as they do in Europe and the Netherlands. It's just unbelievable. My daughter right now is living in Spain. She would never even think of getting in a car, getting in an Uber. She takes transit. I feel that in Europe and the Netherlands as well, there's a climate concern, and so people want to go and travel in ways that are the kindest to our climate as well. Acknowledging that we can't become, and nor do we want to, become Europe or we are Philadelphia, and we are really proud, right? But in reminding people. We just put out a sustainability playbook. We are very clean. We're retiring our diesel buses. We are the cleanest way to get around, and we do have to do better on that messaging. I would love nothing more than if everyone woke up in the morning and one of their questions they ask themselves is, how can I get around today with the least negative impact to my air quality, right? To my water quality, to all of the things that impact us and will impact us for generations to come. So I want to work on that messaging. By the way, the Eagles are also very interested in working on that messaging. I've also spoke to Senator Hughes, who's also very interested, and we're happy to sit down with your office, because I think that's a big difference. And also making our system easier to use, right? So that when people, first of all, we know that what they want to feel safe. I hope you listened to everything that the chief had to say, what Ken had to say, what our board members have had to say so far. We are doing everything we can to make people feel better about using us. We know we have to be better. And I'm very excited that when I told you about the 700,000 trips we provide every single day, that is going in the right direction. Right, we're at 70% of pandemic levels, and we need to be higher, and we have a variety of ways that we are doing that. But we know reliable, frequent, safe service is really going to help us get there. So that's why we are working so hard on all of these other initiatives to get us there and to make sure that people appreciate what the system is. I agree with you that the SEPTA infrastructure is one of the best in the country. And people who live in this area are well aware of, so everyone knows SEPTA, right? But we want to make sure that everybody uses it as much as possible, not that those who have a variety of different choices, that they choose SEPTA. And so we're working hard to do that.
And then for the chief, you mentioned about the arrests. Can you send some information over around arrests versus fines and kind of what was those arrests for on transit? I have a newfound interest in that. And then the questions that I have prepared, if you don't have those numbers, I can just go ahead before my time runs out.
Before the chief responds, I do just want to let you know that we are very interested in everybody's civil liberties and making sure we don't do random. We don't stop people randomly. There's always a reason for certain things. I don't want you to think. And when we talk about increased arrests, it's for because we've seen activities that are caused. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
I get it. My children ride public transportation every day, so I have stories. And
Chief, did you want to respond now to that, or do you want to go back to Councilmember Brooks's office at a later time?
Yeah, so so the bulk of our enforcement efforts at SEPTA revolves around quality of life offenses. So it's summary level offenses. And a lot of that's done through, mostly all of that is done through ticketing. And so we issue tickets. Tickets are $25, and we do that for quality of life offenses, mostly in the area of smoking, open marijuana use, open alcohol use, and fare evasion, folks that are not paying the fare to get on the system. So that our entire strategy really is predicated upon interacting that, and knocking those things down. It typically knocks serious crime down. Okay. But those interactions put us in contact with a lot of people who are engaged in that behavior, right? And our whole strategy, really the message we're trying to get out is simply not on SEPTA, right? There may be a place to do those things, just not on SEPTA. And so if you're doing it on SEPTA, you're going to get the attraction of law enforcement. We're going to have a conversation. That conversation generally it develops into further things. And so, quite frankly, we've seen our arrests go up for open warrants. So if somebody fails to pay a fare, or they're smoking marijuana or something that now law enforcement's having a conversation with them, law enforcement runs their name through the system and finds out they have an open warrant for a robbery or whatever. We had 110 of those arrests in the first quarter. And so what we discovered there's a lot of bad actors who are kind of moving through the system. And typically, they're folks that are not using the system to go from A to B. They're hanging out in the system all day long, and those are the folks that kind of get our attention.
Okay, thank you for that. And my other question is, I've heard some concerns from TWU and others that the bus revolution will impact services, meaning less bus routes for residents, more infrequent stops, and questions for SEPTA's workforce. How does that fit into the mayor's vision for SEPTA?
So our union has been part of the process on how to improve these routes. I met with our union president for TW just yesterday, and this has not come up recently. Okay. So if there are specific union members that you're talking with who are saying that, I know initially, before we were able to go through more of the details, that was some of the questions that our union had. I do not believe that's the current feeling of our union members, but please, let's double check on that.
Okay.
Again, it has not been brought up, and in fact, many of our bus operators have been very much out on the forefront and excited, especially about having better facilities for restrooms and to rest in between routes. Being in that seat for a long period of time can be very difficult and hard on your physical being.
And what about our outreach to community about the bus revolution? How is that, how's the community finding out about this and to the changes in the routes? Because for me, like, I get the point about the name of a bus change because it's still a C bus to me. I don't even know what it's called now, but it still will always be the 16, I think is the new name for, I don't know.
Yeah, so we had over 200 public outreach meetings, but look, thanks to Council Leader Gilmore Richardson and others, we realized that we didn't reach out enough. And we can always, there's always more outreach that we can do. And then there's always a time where we feel like, okay, let's try this, and then we can tweak it, moving forward. But just in the last few weeks, we did an additional 9 meetings. And we had 8 in-person meetings, and we did 1 virtual because we heard from the disability community that it's hard for them to show up in person at some of these meetings, and they wanted to be able to provide their feedback. And so in those 9 additional meetings, after we've had over 200 over the last 2 years, we were able to reach out to over 350 people and get feedback. And so we're continuing to do that, and we will continue. Right now, we feel like we've gotten as much feedback, and a lot of it is repeating each other, so I feel like we've gotten all the themes. But it has been talked, there's always trade-offs, right? We cannot keep adding. We would love to. Then that's where the budget comes in. If we had an extra, again, $1 billion, we could increase the number of bus routes that we have and keep adding buses and get more operators. But at this point, we can't. We have to operate within the resources that we have. And so I feel like at this point, and particularly the last 2 months, which has allowed us, and by the way, has allowed us to improve our public engagement going forward, which SEPTA will now develop and make sure that is part of our regular protocols. So I really thank Council for pointing that out to us. We feel good about the feedback that we have. We reached out through churches, through community organizations. We had these meetings in local community gathering places. And so, we feel like we did a good job, but, in a city of 1.5 million people, it's hard to reach everybody, and we will continue to try to get that out. We papered our own bus stops, people who are using the bus service now, to try to meet them where they are as well. And again, we can make sure that your staff sees every detail. But the number of meetings, I'm very impressed with our team, with the number of meetings, and now because of Council stepping in and working with us, I'm now very happy with the quality of each of those meetings going forward.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Young.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning. First question I guess I have is a little personal question. There was a bus stop in front of my house that was very accessible to seniors who live across the street in the public housing facility. So this weekend, I'm getting corralled by folks, of course, and they said, well, why did SEPTA take away our bus stop? This happened a couple of years ago, and the rationale I got, this prior to me becoming a council member and all that, the rationale that I got was there was no traffic control device at that location, so they removed the bus stop. And as I'm driving throughout the city, I see there are other bus stops and locations without a traffic control signal or device. And so I'm just wondering, like, what's the policy, what's the rationale behind determining which stops get removed and which stops are allowed to continue when there is no traffic control device?
Sure. So look, safety is part of everything that we do at SEPTA, of course. And I don't know the specific bus stop, but happy to sit down and look
26 in Ridge.
So if it is unsafe for people to cross streets in that area, to access the bus stop, if the sidewalk isn't appropriate or whatever, I mean, we have to take a look at that. We don't want anyone getting hurt getting to the bus stop, but we also want to keep people mobile, so we have to look at that. I'm happy to look at that specific stop to see if we can, work together to make sure that people can safely access stations. I'd be interested in how close other stops are to that. I don't know, but let's sit down and look at that. But we want people to be able to get to the bus stop safely as well as to access our system.
Yeah, and similarly, along the lines of the questions of Councilmember Phillips, again, that's an area where there are a lot of seniors from the public housing facility, Johnson Homes, and as well as an entire senior facility, Nellie Reynolds, on the corner of, I believe, that is Glenwood and Ridge. And those folks they've asked me if we can talk to SEPTA about placing some kind of bus shelter there, essentially, so folks can have the opportunities to sit while they're waiting for the bus, because there is no area for the seniors to really sit. So we can look into that. I would really appreciate that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, we want to as well. So we're happy to do that. I know that Mike has something to say.
Thank you, General Manager. Thanks, Council Member. Just for clarity, you may not have been in the room, but I just want all council members to understand that they can work with the Office of Transportation Infrastructure Systems for the placement of shelters and benches. The whole street furniture program, which is oriented around accommodations and amenities for folks waiting for transit, is operated by the city, not by SEPTA. And so we'll be happy to take any requests you have and try and evaluate what we can do to make that better.
Sure. So prior to this weekend, those were not my questions. Those are just some that just happened to folks just corralled me this weekend. So that I had to.
It's part of the job you have chosen.
Absolutely, absolutely. But my questions on the budget. So SEPTA recently, I guess I don't know if you removed the contract for the Zero Eye system. And the rationale that I read in the paper was there was a lack of the digital infrastructure to kind of maintain that system. Could you tell us, prior to SEPTA's implementation of the Zero Eyes, can you tell us what type of assessment of your digital system was done? And can you tell us moving forward what you will do to improve your system so a system like Zero Eyes or something similar could still be used on SEPTA's system, because again, it is something that deals with our safety.
Sure.
And so we want to make sure that all Philadelphians are safe. We want to make sure that SEPTA has the ability, the technology to keep all Philadelphians safe. So could you talk to us about that?
Absolutely. So we do have over 30,000 cameras. They've been installed in all different years, so they are all different ages. Some are analog, some are more digital and more recent. Some have clearer pictures than others. Some talk to our back-end system better than others. This is, this is part of the challenges of operating a legacy system that came about in all different ways, that every station is different, that it wasn't designed all at once, that cameras were put in as money was available. We never had a huge chunk to do them all at once, and they've been done periodically. That being said, I'm very proud of how we've been able to utilize those cameras. I'd be remiss, because I know our district attorney is in here. I know we share those camera feeds, and it has been really helpful in us identifying certain individuals that need to be identified for reasons that the DA's office needs. And so we are looking at what will it take to upgrade all of those cameras. And we just brought on a new Chief Technology Officer, first time ever that SEPTA has had that position. We're thrilled. And they are looking at our entire system for IT, for cybersecurity, and that includes all of our cameras as well. We also have a list in speaking with Governor Shapiro before he decided to put SEPTA as an investment in his budget. Also in speaking with Mayor Parker's administration. We have, and it's more than a wish list, so I'm kind of doing it a disservice by calling it that, but we have a list of annual recurring costs as well as one-time costs that can be used for safety and security. More fare gates, for instance, is a one-time cost on there. There's a $50 million. If we could get $50 million, we could put those new fare gates, the elongated fare gates that help decrease fare evasion across the system. If we had $30 million, we could upgrade a large number of our cameras. And so we are talking again with Governor Shapiro and Budget Secretary Monson on that very issue. We're talking about a variety of different funds. I'm also talking to PennDOT Secretary Mike Carroll because they also have some funds. I've also been talking to FTA Administrator Vanderpool about safety and security money that's available out of the federal bill, and we want to go after that money. And so I'm just giving you those amounts right now because we could use council's help as well to help us with the cameras, to help us with the fare gates. I'm happy to share the full list with everybody as well. I know that we have shared it again with Parker administration, with President Johnson's office as well, and as the conversations come up. But we'll make sure that everybody sees this list, and if we could come together in one voice and talk to Harrisburg as well as DC on this, I'm optimistic that we can get some of this money and invest it. And by the way, the fare gates that I mentioned, the cameras that I mentioned, those are the largest priced items on the one-time price tag that we would have. Those would not be, and there would also be annual costs to maintain them, but it's the big number that we need to actually get the cameras themselves and install them. That's where the most of the cost is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to know for the record that whatever, as the Vice Chair of the Transportation and Public Utilities Committee, whatever we can do to help support that effort regarding the Zero Eyes or any other similar technology will be, I'm all on board because, again, that is about our safety and we have too many guns in our city. That technology can help us track when the moment someone pulls a gun out. And so that is very helpful to us. So thank you for that.
We appreciate that and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Next up, Chair recognizes Councilwoman Kathy Gilmore Richardson, Majority Leader.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you to Leslie Richards and to the entire executive team, the board members of SEPTA in particular, our Chair of Transportation, Councilmember Driscoll, and Vice Chair Councilmember Young, and particularly my colleagues, Councilmember Bass, Phillips, Lozada, and Young, for the work around the bus revolution plan that we were able to do over the last several months. I did not leave out the planning team. I want to say a special thank you to the planning team in particular. I know that when they saw me walk into the board meeting, I'm sure they were very, very anxious, I'll say. But we had an opportunity to work very, very closely together over the last several months. I am very appreciative of their willingness to work with us and to continue to take feedback as a part of this process, even as late as today. And we held a briefing last week wherein you all did send 8 additional changes from that briefing. And so I really thank you for the work, for valuing the input of particularly the district members of council who are working very closely with their community members around ensuring that public transit is safe and accessible throughout communities. Special thank you to Ken Lawrence. Ken Lawrence, thank you very, very much for the time you extended to us and for everything he did to ensure that our feedback was received, noted, and acted upon. So I wanted to start with a resounding set of thank yous to all of you, in particular to my colleagues, for the work that we were able to do together. I wanted to just ask you to summarize the process, which you did. For the record, you talked about the 9 meetings, and we did take public transit to one of the meetings, and also had an opportunity to get on several of the other buses, particularly the 60 bus that I rode quite often, and we saw the impacts of the SCOPE program. You also sent, and I had this question prior to the email this morning, but you sent an email regarding the update on the frequency of the 52 bus. But I just wanted to ask you to put that on the record so that my neighbors and in Winfield in particular, and my colleague, Councilmember Jones, who has worked with us, could hear about the changes for the 52. And if you could also talk about how you're going to continue to engage community members, the bus operators, as this is, really rolling out. As this process is ongoing, how we will continue to engage the overall community and the bus operators in this process. And then I'll quickly have one last question.
Sure. I want to also thank you and thank everyone on council. I mean it when I think SEPTA has gotten better through this process. And I will also acknowledge the fact that, yes, you really put us on alert when you came to our meeting to talk about bus revolution.
And I have to say, Wendy Green Harvey, thank you, Wendy Green Harvey. Yes. I don't see you here, but thank you.
She's here.
She's here. There's Wendy.
I wouldn't dare come here without her.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes. Because Wendy dealt with us on a daily basis throughout this process. I have to say thank you to Wendy because she was really the glue that kept this whole process together. So I just wanted to say that for the record.
No, absolutely. And I meant it when I said this last group of meetings, and even the first one, there was room for improvement. And I really appreciated particularly you and Councilmember Lozada in pointing certain things out. And we did, and we worked with some outside firms that helped us as well. For instance, just so everyone knows, we had one person at the front of the room answering questions. We realized that people have a lot of questions about SEPTA. It's not all about bus revolution, but to me that showed that we're not out in the community enough that they get the chance to ask about safety, about security, about cleaning, about other ways that SEPTA. So I can tell you right now, we are working on a proactive public engagement program where we can go out and visit every district and we can listen to the public in that way. And we're putting that together now, and I'm working with Chair Lawrence with that as well, and I'll definitely get his feedback. So those are some of the things that we learned. I had a feeling that you would want Route 52 on record, so I do have prepared a small statement that I would like to read. It's not very long at all, and I would like this recorded in the record for Council Leader Gilmore Richardson. So when the Parkside Shopping Center is open, every other trip on the Route 52 terminates at Parkside Loop at 50th Street and Parkside Avenue, or City Avenue and 52nd Street. And based on the concerns about the cumulative impacts of changes to Route 44 and Route 52, we will extend all trips on Route 52 to terminate at City Avenue and 52nd Street. So I would like that recorded, please. But we listened, and I hope everyone understands we heard and we listened, and we want this service. There's nothing in it for us to provide service that is not serving our riders, right? We want to make sure that our riders are getting where they need to go, so thank you for that.
No, thank you very, very much. I'm extremely grateful for this process. My one last question is how does SEPTA work with getting individuals in the SEPTA system placed at shelters? And I don't know if that's the work through.
I didn't hear the last part of the question.
How do you work? Yes, how do you work to get individuals that are in the SEPTA system placed into shelters? Do you all have to go through an intake process or intake, and then do you all make payments to OHS?
I'm going to let Ken answer that. I'm very proud of where we were before and where we are now, and he can let you know what's working and what's not working.
Okay.
Good morning, Council Member.
Good morning.
Always good to see you.
Yes.
The outreach teams that I shared with you earlier, their job is to do just that. It's like you going to a mechanic for your car, right? They're the professionals. So we hired the professionals to do that, to have the wherewithal and the information to provide shelters to these individuals. As a matter of fact, what SEPTA has done in November of 2021, we purchased 500 emergency shelter beds from the Office of Homeless Services. We did that, and we are committed to continue to do that so that when our teams do engage these individuals in the system, we have some place to put them.
I heard the bell and I'm going to honor the clock, but so you have 500 emergency shelter beds. Do you purchase them every year?
No, we only purchased them once.
Okay.
And we purchased them back in November of 2022. And just to give context, most individuals that outreach teams, not only SEPTA, but even OHS, DBH, most of these vulnerable members that they engage just do not want service. Just to put that into more context, out of the 500 emergency shelter beds we purchased in November of 22, we've only used about 130 of them.
Okay.
That's
I'll come
it.
back on the second round. So I heard the clock and I'm going to honor the bell. Thank you very much. I will come back, and thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Council Lady. Next up, Chair recognizes Councilwoman Jamie Gauthier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, General Manager Richards. First, thank you to you and your entire team for the hard work that you do every day to keep Philadelphians moving. Like my colleague, Councilmember O'Rourke, I too believe that SEPTA is a major part of the city's lifeblood, and it's for that reason that every budget cycle I ask about the progress of trolley modernization, because this initiative is very critical to our ability to maximize trolley services across the city and get people where they need to be. So first, can you talk about the projected FY25 expenditures related to trolley mod, and how does that figure compare to last year?
Sure. So in this budget, first of all, I haven't had a chance to talk about it, and one of the reasons I'm so excited about this budget is we have vehicle replacements for the Market Frankford line, for the Broad Street line, for our full trolley service, and also partial on our regional rail. It's the first time ever we have a budget that within the 12 years covers that. And the metro part of it, the trolleys and the subways, are fully funded as far as vehicle procurement. So we're extremely excited about that. We're hoping to have our first pilot trolley vehicle here on premises by mid-2026. Okay. And then as we test, more will be coming in 2027 and moving forward there. So that is fully budgeted, and those trolleys are coming at a cost of about $800 million. Budgeted over several years, and just wanted to let you know, plus we had the $317 million federal grant. Mm-hmm. We are also going through the details right now and figuring out exactly the budget allocations as far as platform upgrades and system upgrades, so that when the trolleys come, that they can obviously run throughout the system. We are concentrating on the Route 36 first to make sure that one's fully ready, but also in the schedule that I just mentioned of the trolley cars coming, we need a maintenance facility where these trolley cars can come, be parked, be maintained, and that is also moving forward. We're working with PIDC on that, and that is a variety of different properties that have been purchased at different prices, $26 million, in that, and then additional properties that will be needed as well. That interaction is there and covered in our budget as well.
Great, and could you just give, what's your sense of the total number in FY25 for trolley mod and how that compared to last year?
Okay, I'm gonna reach into my back. Trolley mod number. Eric, do you have that handy? Just shout the number.
And
I have it as projects of significance, which would have all each. Oh, so the 12-year number is $2 billion, the 12-year number, but you wanted just the 2025 number. Do you know what that would be? It's half that, Oh, 130 million is just for fiscal year '25. I needed to go to my expert who knows
Is
the
that an
budget.
increase from last year?
Yes. Here.
Eric Johansson, I'm the Senior Director of Budgets and Transformation at SEPTA. Now, it's an increase year over year. We've got the maintenance facility and the vehicles.
Thank you. And I have a question about the maintenance facility before my time is up. So I'm very excited that the new heavy maintenance facility on Grays Avenue is going to be in my district. And, you know, everybody in the community understands that, you know, the new facility is going to be so much better than the awful scrap yard that neighbors have had to deal with at that site for many, many years. The scrap yard never should have been allowed to stay that way for so long, but be that as it may, the portion of the site that SEPTA is acquiring from PIDC, although we have hope for the future, it still looks pretty awful. And there are homeowners directly across the street, and it's also a key gateway to Bartram's Garden, Bartram Village, and to Southwest Philadelphia in general. And so this site needs to be seen as more of a crown jewel, and it cannot just look like, you know, a sterile industrial property if we're doing our work in the right way. It must embody its key location at the gateway into the lower Schuylkill. And so how soon will SEPTA be able to clean up this blight in the short term? And what's the plan to not just have a sterile site, but to truly beautify the Grays and Lindbergh frontage over the long term?
Sure. First of all, I wanted to let you know all of that is in our plans. And I personally, and I know our whole team, is thrilled. Even though we kept looking for a piece of property and we had a lot of ups and downs, we are thrilled that we ended up, because we will now get to improve this neighborhood. And I agree, those scrap yards are horrendous, and I've seen that. So the acquisition of these properties have taken longer than anticipated, like real estate transactions can. And so we're still working on that, but happy to sit down with your staff once we have secured all of what's happening, and then figuring out how the work that needs to be done on cleaning them up and when we can start upgrading. We want to accelerate that and work quickly, but we want to meet, you know, with the community, and maybe we can work with your staff to have some of those conversations.
I think it's key to get those conversations on the books expeditiously. I'm very excited about the future of the site, but I also think that there's been a history in our city among many stakeholders of just letting certain areas of the city be blight. Right? And so people, just because people live in Southwest Philly doesn't mean that they want to be next to scrap yards and tires. And I think we cannot be complacent. And so I know this will be a multi-agency effort, PIDC, SEPTA, the city, and I'm very excited about the project and glad that Trolley Mod, you know, the locus of Trolley Mod will be the 3rd district. But I do want to encourage us to do that thinking and to move forward around just getting rid of some of these dirty uses, because I know that the community will truly appreciate it and benefit from it.
We absolutely, those are our intentions, and just also, and I know you're aware of this, look, this is where our employees are going to come every day. We want them to come to a good environment where they feel safe, where they you know, feel energized and want to be part of that community. And also, these are our riders, right? We are locating it here. All of our trolleys are going to be coming in and out, and so we want to make sure our riders are happy too. So we look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. The chair also recognizes President as Councilmember O'Neill and Councilmember Harity. At this moment, I recognize Chair of Transportation, Councilmember Mike Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome, Leslie. I certainly enjoyed working with you when you were Secretary of Transportation, and I was in the General Assembly fighting the bad guys to get SEPTA some funding.
Yes.
But I think we accomplished that, and God willing, in a couple months, we'll get this budget done and get what we need for your wonderful agency. And I do want to compliment your agency. You were the essential workers during COVID. You were the ones that were out there getting us to work. You know, a real big shout out to the transportation workers and all they did in that difficult time. and your staff, you know, working with Wendy Green Harvey and Fran Kelly, they've always been accommodating to me before I was chair and now as chair of transportation. And you know, thank Debbie Mailer and Mike Carroll for their service as board members. And then happy 60th anniversary to SEPTA. When I was presenting the citation for your anniversary, you have this Employee of the Month program. And I just want to share with my council colleagues and you, Mr. President, the day I was presenting the 60th citation on our behalf, they recognized a operator that at the end of a shift found a phone and a wallet, and one or the other. And that gentleman did not just hand it in to Lost and Found. After his shift, he drove 50 miles to Reading to deliver that. And that day was New Year's Eve, but it was also that man's birthday. So the spirit that your employees demonstrate is the Philadelphia grit and the Philadelphia spirit, and we're going to need more of that going forward. We have the short-term issues that we're talking about today. 2026 is rapidly approaching. You know, a lot of the visitors are going to be coming, and their first experience is going to be coming off the planes and getting onto the rail. We've met with the aviation department, and they are prepared to support you down there with better directional signs. I think that's going to be important. But as you implement everything you talk about today, it's going to make a difference. So I just want to highlight that. So I have a few questions, Mr. President, if I may. What specifically is SEPTA doing to retain and recruit bus operators, transit police, and other key positions?
Look, we're doing a lot, and I appreciate the question. I just want to mention we work with West Philly Skill Initiative. We're working with Philly Works. We have educational partnerships with the community college, with HBCUs, with other academic institutions. We have information sessions with anyone who's mildly interested in being a bus operator. We have hundreds of people show up there that we talk to. We have apprenticeship programs. We have a re-entry program. In fact, just this last Friday, we were on Temple University's campus, making sure people who deserve second chances know about the opportunities here. And we have a lot of recruitment opportunities. I would really like, if it's okay with you, we have one of our frontline employees, a bus operator. I'd like him to talk to you about the challenges of his job and also what they're doing to help make sure that we can recruit and get people. I can comment on that as well, but it's been mentioned here before, and I just want people to fully understand how hard these jobs are and all the challenges that we have. So if it's okay with you for just a minute or so, I'd like to bring up Carlton Chana, who's with us, an operator who's been with us over decades, and Carlton, just wanted to give you a chance, and thanks for giving your time today.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, Council. How you doing? My name is Carlton China. Been with Frankfurt Terminal about 25 years, Frankfurt District. And our job is, you know, it could be kind of rough out there, but, you know, we try our best to, you know, keep people to get what they got to go and keep them safe. You know, we always taught to, you know, when stuff happened on a bus to try to de-escalate situations. It does work sometimes, and sometimes, you know, it doesn't. And just like I heard a young lady say about the cleaning of the system. Sometimes I drive the read bus and I see Clip out there early in the morning, the city cleaning Kensington Avenue, and about 2 hours later, it looks like nothing has been done. And I know that's a rough thing trying to keep things clean because, you know, just people are different. You know, times has changed. People don't, you know, the public just don't really respect like a lot of things no more. They just, you know, we need them to, it would be nice if they could help keep things clean too as well. And, but, you know, it's just like, just my 25 years on the job, I have seen so much has changed. You know, the world has changed. And, you know, we just, you know, try to do our best to keep things going and, you know, keeping people safe and everything. And That's pretty much.
That's great, Carlton.
Yes.
Thank you. So I wanted Carlton just to give an idea, because you asked about our training. So he mentioned exactly what I was hoping he would, which is dealing with the public. It's very difficult. So we do give de-escalation training, and then we also really rely on our employees like Carlton, who have been here for 2.5 decades, and explaining what the job used to be and what the job is now. Because our newer recruits, they don't know what to expect. And the challenges that they're having right now with the public are new. And so it really helps when we have employees like Carlton and others who have been around here explaining and mentoring. So we also have a mentoring program to our younger employees, what they can do when they have a hard day. You know, our frontline, our bus operators, you're in the seat for 8 to 10 hours a day. It's very hard, and you have to be present for every minute of those 8 and 10 hours. You know, making sure you see every pedestrian that comes your way, every person who wants to get on your bus, every car that crosses your way. And so it really requires a lot of attention. And so that's some of the programs that we're working on. But we've been very pleased, and we're optimistic that our bus numbers are growing. It's going to take some time. But I think next year when I'm in front of you, I'm going to be able to tell you that we're very close or near to full head count on our bus operators.
Oh, that would be wonderful. And thank you for your service over these 2.5 decades. Real quickly, Mr. President, I intend on introducing some transit-oriented development in the coming weeks. I introduced one a couple weeks ago that needs to be tweaked. But I think the more development we can do along our transit lines is going to help you in your endeavors. So you have our commitment on that. And then, I guess lastly, if we can talk a little bit about the route for change. You know, I grew up 1 block off the Roosevelt Boulevard. My 100-year-old dad still lives 1 block from Roosevelt Boulevard. And the route for change is really important, I think, to all of us here, you know, connecting and making safety. We lost somebody, again, a couple nights ago on the Roosevelt Boulevard. And, you know, I know we talked before about, I guess maybe it's my moonshot, you know, the Roosevelt subway system. And we're having continuing conversations with the federal government in that regard. And I know you kind of cringe when I bring that up because you have your hands full with everything you're doing right now. I do look forward to PennDOT coming out with their study, and then we can begin that conversation after that budget. But do you have the in-house capability to work with SEPTA on the route for change?
So we work with the city. I'm going to let, if Mike wants, but obviously working with PennDOT very closely as well. And the safety issues are huge there. I mean, when I was PennDOT secretary, I personally met with LaTanya Bird, who lost several of her family members just walking across Roosevelt Boulevard. Awful. So we want to make it safe. We want to make it efficient. We want to make sure that people can get around. But I know Mike has been working with Route for Change with PennDOT for quite some time.
Yeah, thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. Yeah, so just to echo what Leslie's saying, we're a great partnership between the city, PennDOT, and SEPTA. We've been locked arms for the last 10 years, and you know, if it's going to take us another 20 years to get where we can get with all the possible outcomes, all the great ideas, you know, on the table, you can depend on us, you know, doing that coordination. Working together, finding ways to work with the community to figure out what's going to work best for SEPTA riders, for residents, and for the city overall. So we're equally excited to see what PennDOT brings back, and you know, regardless of what they bring back, you can depend on the fact that you know we're going to be coordinated.
Well, thank you on that. And just one last question, Mr. President. Last year, we passed a budget that enabled city workers to have the SEPTA key card. Is it too early to see if that's working, or is that something we should ask later?
It is working, and it's working well. We have over 13,000 city employees enrolled. We have 90,000 in the entire program. However, the highest percentage at our city of Philadelphia. 62% of those who could enroll have enrolled. And there's other, your police and others already ride our system for free. And it's hugely successful. We're also seeing them use the system more on weekends, after hours. And so we are thrilled. We've also heard, I hope you're hearing, that the city employees love it and they see it as a huge benefit. And so I hope it's also helping in bringing people back to the office and others, but we're happy to work on that.
Happy to hear that.
Thanks.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Isaiah Thomas and also the presence of Councilmember Ketsi Lozada.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council President. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Wendy and the other staff over at SEPTA, but especially Wendy, who helps out my office a lot with a lot of different issues that we face within SEPTA. So she's amazing. Leslie, thank you for your leadership as well. Mr. Carroll, always good seeing you as well, too. The bus revolution is something that has come up a lot today, and I want to thank Council members Jay Young and Anthony Phillips and Cindy Bass, but especially Council member Catherine Gilmore Richardson, as well as Mr. Driscoll and our council president. You know, those council members have been laser sharp focused on this particular issue, and I haven't been as focused as they are in all full transparency, but I am concerned. I'm not sure that we're moving in a way that's advantageous for the citizens of Philadelphia, and I just want to put that on the record. When we think about what we're introducing, and we also think about some of the safety concerns, a lot of black neighborhoods feel like that we are trying to gentrify them out of Philadelphia. We're trying to push them out the city, right? And when you change people's bus routes to put them in a position where they can't travel the way they traditionally do. My father's a traditional guy, he's 73 years old, been in the city his entire life. He chooses to catch public transportation from time to time, but when you change that route, right, it interrupts their norms. And so I just wanted to put that on the record because I'm concerned like other council members. What I am informed about is what goes on with our young people in our schools. And so one of the things that we've been asking the school district to work with SEPTA on is to make sure our big high schools have those chartered SEPTA buses after school for dismissal to be able to make sure that they have safe passage to home. So I'm wondering how many of those I don't know the correct term for it, but how many of those chartered buses do we have for our comprehensive neighborhood schools to be able to make sure that young people, when school lets out, they can get to their destination in a safe way?
First, I just want to mention the bus revolution, and we understand that change is hard. And just want everyone to know that we are trying to reach more people, make it easier for seniors, make it more frequent for them, and that is the basis of what we're doing. And I know change is difficult, and we did talk about, and I know your staff also, we've kept informed, just making sure they can get around at all hours of the day, that they don't have to only travel during certain times, as well as weekends. Huge frequency gains here where our seniors will be able to do their supermarket shopping, where they'll be able to visit friends and family on weekends where they can't now with the frequency.
I mean,
so I just wanted to
Sure, no, I'm glad you put that on the
record.
record, but you know, Leslie, it's a pleasure to work with you, but I'm listening to my district council members as well as the leadership on city council who represents constituents who are communicating concerns as it relates to this particular issue. So for us, you know, the people hold us accountable, and as long as the people are not satisfied with the meal that we've given them, you know, we got to go back in the kitchen and cook it all over again. Even if it's super healthy, even if it's something that's amazing, if it's not meeting the satisfaction of the customer, our job is to figure it out. So I just wanted to, you know, put that on the record. But how many of the buses do we have?
Yeah, as far as our school buses, I don't know, Chief or Scott, I know you're here, as far as the numbers,
So
that's something I don't have handy.
if
We
you-
can either meet with your staff or I can have
Well, if you
our
don't have it,
COO
I'm sure
answer
we'll
right
do a
now.
second round, Council President. Council President, are we doing a second round for SEPTA? Well, if you can just get us the information,
I'll get it
that's
to you.
important.
Yeah.
If we can get it today, so we can figure out the disconnect, right? Because we're concerned not just with we're concerned with the schools who don't have those charter buses and what we can do to get them there, right? You guys are asking us for $117 million. I'm hoping that that's some of the things that's included to make sure safe travel for our young people is an option.
The money for our buses that go to schools, by the way, comes from the Department of Education. So we are funded for that.
Well, we get them money
the majority,
too.
and
So.
we'll get it, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We recently met with TWU, and I also want to say thank you to all of the members of TWU and all of the people who work on our SEPTA transportation system. And while you say violence is down 35%, that's not the perception that the people who work for SEPTA have. That's not the perception that the city of Philadelphia has. So this is a two-part question. The first part of the question is TWU is asking that there be state troopers placed at most of our major public transportation locations. I heard Councilmember Bass talk about Broadnolly, heard somebody else talk about 52nd and Market. What are your thoughts on that request as it relates to state troopers being at these major transit places? And then also, clearly because of safety, while the percentages are down, we're not winning the perception battle. So what is your plan to address the perception issues that people have as it relates to SEPTA? And I would probably put cleanliness on that as well, too. I listened to council questions from earlier today that talked about dirty corridors. I live right near Broadnolly, a little closer to Fern Rock. I can name a couple other corridors as well, too, that's not the cleanest. So that two-part question is my next question as it relates to state troopers per TWU's request, as well as what you're doing to address the perception issues that SEPTA just isn't safe.
Sure. So first of all, we're working alongside our TWU members as well. We want them to feel safe every single day. We have gone in front of the governor. We've gone in front of Mayor Parker's office as well. In fact, one of our board members arranged a meeting with the head of the state police, Commissioner Paris, and we spoke about what would that mean. And at this time, while it's in discussion, it's not something that's moving forward. It is really an elected official issue at this point. We've also spoken with TWU.
I'm sorry, what's the elected official issue?
It's something that the mayor and the governor have to get together.
Thank you for clarity.
And deal with. But we're happy to have that discussion and make the case. And again, we are working with our TWU members on a variety of issues. We're looking at the barriers that we have on the buses. We're looking at ballistic testing of the materials that those barriers are made of. We're working with our chief and others of how the police can get on and off different vehicles and be more visible in certain areas. We also were working with TWU initially with National Guard requests. Again, taking a look at that, and we're happy to talk about all of that because we want our employees to feel safe every single day. Yeah, go ahead.
My time is wrapping up. Let me just push you a little bit more on the perception side, because I think I listened to you name a lot of things that you're looking to do to address public safety, but I didn't listen to anything that you're looking to do to address the perception of public safety. And so that has to be something that's considered, because even though your numbers have improved, people don't feel it. So I think that I'm challenging you to figure out what can you do to make people feel different than what the perception is that people have. Council President, I know my time is up, but I just got to put this on the record. And if you don't have it, can you please get it to us along with the charter bus question? You guys give out millions of dollars in contracts to organizations in Philadelphia as well as outside of Philadelphia. A few years back, I passed legislation with the support of this body called Keep It Local. And the goal of the bill was, coming out of the pandemic, for the city to invest in Philadelphia-based businesses. And since that legislation has been passed, we've almost doubled the amount of businesses who have contracts with the city of Philadelphia. So can you please let us know what your minority and diversity inclusion numbers are as it relates to all contracts with SEPTA? And can you also please let us know how many of your contractors, or what percentages of your contracts go to, percentage of contracts and revenue, right? So you could have 50% of your contracts, but they could be all small contracts. So what percentage of your contracts go to Philadelphia-based businesses, and how much revenue are Philadelphia-based businesses earning based on contracting with SEPTA? If you can get that information to the council president, that would be very much appreciated, and it's something that we really want to push you on, because again, our local economy is a big problem. And if all of our big stakeholders can buy in and say that I'm going to give all contracting preferences to Philadelphia-based businesses, it helps us reinvest in our city and hopefully address some of the long-term economic problems that we anticipate as a municipality. Thank you, Council President.
We'll get you all that information. I can tell you're going to be pleased with the numbers. We're seeing increases. We're seeing minority-owned firms getting more and more business. In fact, on average, 21% of our contracts are going out.
So you're saying the numbers are good as it relates to Philadelphia-based businesses?
They're getting better, yep.
And diversity.
In past years. Awesome. We'd be happy, and I'm also part of, as Mike, the Equity and Infrastructure Project. It's a national organization, and SEPTA is the only the only agency on the eastern side of Pennsylvania, eastern side of the United States that was asked to fully develop that program, and it's because of the work that we're doing at SEPTA. On the perception problem, I'll be very brief here. We're also happy to work with you. Look, I know people are happy to call us out when they see things that they don't like or the news says, but I need you also, when you're on our system, you're going to see things you really like. And every single person who is on our system is going to see good, dedicated workers working hard every single day, cleaning, patrolling, operating. Tell us what you like as well, because that is going to help us with the perception. The numbers are going down, and we have to get the good stories out as long as we want to be accountable. Trust me, we want to know what's not working, but we would also love it if people talked about what is working. And anyone who is on our system on any given day is going to see those stories as well.
Well, thank you for that information. I'm looking forward to the data. And let me just give you one piece of advice. I'm not even going to charge you for this one, right? You guys got a bus driver who I follow on social media. His name is Bus Driver Do. He has like over 100,000 followers. I would recommend asking him to be a part of the perception issues that you have. His message is very positive. I find him to be very entertaining. And I think having advocates like him and other influential people on social media who actually love SEPTA, who does a great job, can help address some of those perception issues as well, too.
I agree. He does do good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Just quick question. I know we talked about National Guard, we talked about state troopers and so forth. The State House wants to bring in their own prosecutor here in the city of Philadelphia, assigned to SEPTA. Members of this body have various opinions about that issue. I know I co-authored a letter with my colleague, Councilmember Jamie Gaudier, because I believe that the Republicans really cared about the city of Philadelphia. All the advocacy that we're trying to do around gun violence, they give us the autonomy to make our own gun laws so we can go after those who are selling guns to our young people in the streets of Philadelphia. They would give us that opportunity, but however, they care about us. I'm a former state representative, so I know all of them. They care about the city of Philadelphia, where they say, you know what? We're going to give SEPTA their own prosecutor to handle prosecuting individuals as it relates to public safety. And so SEPTA's position on this issue.
Yeah. So as you know, there's litigation going on this issue right now. Look, we want every tool available. You heard our chief talk about particularly quality of life issues. And
is every tool available? I mean, yes, we'll take the prosecutor if given to us, basically, or we will welcome.
If it gives us, we are not looking to take anything away from what our DA is able to do at this point. We work well with DA Krasner, I have to say. I talked about our video, I talked about our cameras, I talked about how people have charges charged against them because we work together on those issues. And those are some of our most serious issues, and that is going well. But we do have fare evasion issues, and we do have smoking issues, and we have other issues like that. And I'm hopeful this discussion around this piece of legislation is going to allow us, in working with the Attorney General and working with the DA's office and working with SEPTA and the state legislature and figuring out how we could get some of those additional tools.
Okay. Just wanted to ask that for the record, because
Sure.
you know, folks ask me when I'm in the neighborhood and say, what's going on there, taking away our rights to have the ability to do things that we want to do on our own. And so that's barbershop talk, so to speak.
I have
So
been in Harrisburg with you, and I have experienced
barbershop
what you have experienced in a different
Wanted
degree.
to ask that. real quick lightning round, because we have to wrap up and then get into our well, we still have the district attorney's office that we have to ask questions of before we do our break. But Ketsi Lozada, do you have a question, comments? You okay? Because you did take that train ride with Member Richardson, and tell the commissioner what you liked about your train ride.
Thank you, Council President, and my apologies, I had other commitments this morning. What I want to say on the record is thank you to Wendy and Kenneth for their direct support. It doesn't matter if it's a Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning or late on a Friday night. Residents are sending us information, right, because they're traveling, they're depending on our transit systems, and they experience some challenges, and they're always very quick to respond. So I want to say thank you and make sure I put that on the record. But I also want to express my concern, right, and it's no secret. We've identified an area between the Lehigh Avenue up to Tioga Station where community residents depend on it heavily. And, we've talked about bus revolution, we've talked about some of the changes that SEPTA is considering, but my concern, my constituents' concern is ensuring that all of transportation is safe before we determine what changes need to be made. And so I want to make sure that I put that on the record. It is challenging to use some of those stations. It's challenging to use the elevators. It's a lot for them. And as we work towards improving the quality of life within that footprint, we are going to heavily depend on our transit systems and its workers to be a part of that process. And so I just want to make sure that the commitment stays consistent, that the response stays consistent, and that you're willing to continue to listen to community residents and that they're a part of your process as you work to make changes to make it safe for the residents of the 7th Council District to use the system.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
We want everything that you want, and we have enjoyed working with your staff and understanding the challenges that are ahead of us and what we are doing. I would just like, I knew that there would be questions asked. We do have a frontline worker here with us, Jazz, who works on cleaning these stations every single day. And just to give him 1 minute so everyone understands what he faces every day, the needles, other things. I know that our bus operator mentioned, something can look really clean at 9 in the morning. By 10:30, it looks like it was never touched for years, like not just since then. So I'd like, if it's okay with you, just to have Jazz to take a minute and tell you the challenges that he's had. He's been a dedicated worker, and I mean it. When anyone who uses our system will see the dedication of our employees every single day. But we have to keep it clean every single minute. We have to make sure that people aren't congregating and doing things they shouldn't be doing on our system every single minute, and that is something that we are, constantly working on. So if that's okay with you, if I could bring him up for a minute, I would really appreciate it, Jazz.
Thank you. Good morning.
He came with a fan club, apparently.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity. As Leslie has said, it's definitely a challenge when you're working in a station as an employee. You love what you do, but you're facing challenges with feces, urine, the homelessness, and you'll clean an area, and an hour later you might have a passenger come through and they'll say, hey, this hasn't been touched in a very long time. And we face the challenges, but we still do it. We try to provide the best service for the passengers that are coming through. We try to be accessible to them. We're the first line of an employee that people see when they are coming through a station. So we try to provide service, not just the cleanliness, but if they're trying to go to or from somewhere, try to provide them with as much knowledge as we can, because we do want them to come back, and we do want them to feel like, hey, I love coming through SEPTA. And as the mayor has said, I hate when people say Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia, and I love SEPTA, and I just feel like a little bit goes a long way, and I enjoy what I do, and I just face a lot of challenges that a lot of people don't see, even with the needles and so forth. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
On a regular basis, right? We recognize it, and I think residents always mention the fact that SEPTA employees are always ready to respond, right? They're always ready to respond, and their safety is also put at risk. I want you to know that the residents talk about that, and that they're grateful for those of you that do show up, right? And,
Right.
and we also understand the reasons why some of you don't show up. Know that we have to work together, and so the work that we've been doing with SEPTA, with the leadership in SEPTA is appreciated, and we just wanted to make sure that it stays consistent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
This is probably going to be the shortest lightning round we've ever had in council, and so before we wrap up this second round, I'm going to call on Councilmember Nicholas O'Rourke.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to ask a few questions about the Zero Fare pilot program, which is a program that provides SEPTA to some low-income residents, which is always good. I'm really excited about this effort. Our whole office is. From our understanding, nearly 25,000 SEPTA cards have been distributed for this program, and the city is using this program as an opportunity to test out a benefit program that requires no registration or card activation, which removes barriers to accessing resources. Speaking of ridership concerns, which I think Councilwoman Leader Brooks, Councilwoman Bass raised as well, what does ridership look like for the 25,000 folks who have received Zero Fare cards? Do you all have any data around how many of those folks are using their cards?
So we're still gathering the data because those cards are still being distributed. I can tell you, I don't know if everyone's aware, this is the largest program in the nation that the city of Philadelphia has going. I get asked about in other areas where I visit other transit agencies. I mean, I hope you're all very proud of yourselves doing it at this scale. It has been done, but at a much smaller scale in other areas. So first of all, I want to give you credit for that. We are working hand in hand with city employees in getting that. I have not been briefed yet on that information. I just want to be clear, it's not that I don't have it with me.
Sure.
We are still gathering that information and eager to go over that. And by the way, this program is also helping us and helping our law enforcement, helping our chief as far as us dealing with the fare evasion issue. Because we know there are some people who just can't afford SEPTA. We don't want to turn them away. And if they tell us the reason they're fare evading is because they can't afford it, we can now turn them to the low fare program. And so it is huge for us and making sure that everybody who needs our system can do it. So I just wanted to thank you. And as soon as those numbers start to come in, I'm happy to sit down with your staff and go over it. Like I said, we're in the national spotlight here, and I want us to really let everyone know the good work that's going on here and how we're working together on
That's
this
the
program.
kind of attitude that I think will bring about a more caring society when we are seeing folks as not trying to penalize them for their poverty, but trying to find ways to make sure that they can get to where they go to. It's better for the city. Thank you so much, Councilman.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Phillips.
Thank you, SEPTA, for joining us today. Again, really important questions that residents need to hear. SEPTA is not as bright in terms of its depots and the subway systems. What is this budget doing to address the lighting in some of these subways to make it, and also the design and painting that will help us make this space more attractive for ridership? And then also a quick question around, you all have implemented a ski mask ban. How is that coming along? Because I've seen some folks, young and old, utilizing ski masks on SEPTA. And then also, one of the questions that was really important to TWU also focused on, there was a connection with high schools and the Community College of Philadelphia to bring on more mechanics as well as operators as a pipeline program. And it was has been stalled thus far, supposedly, and I just want to see, where we are with that. So 3 quick questions.
I know it's lightning round, so I'll try to be lightning in my responses, and we'll meet with you to give you more details. So as far as lighting, I hope that you've had a chance to visit Drexel Station at 30th Street, because that is what we want to be at every station. We don't want that to be the exception. We want that to be the standard. And I want everyone to understand what we can be. We are aspirational. We are excited about our future here, and we want to bring, with the right number of resources, with the right amount of capital resources and operating resources, we can have every station looking that way. If you are ever on our system and you think it needs to be brighter, please let us know, because we have done a system-wide look, and we've replaced with brighter lighting LED in so many places, but if there's a place that needs immediate attention, let us know. We do know that that's connected to how people feel in our system, and we want them to feel safe, and we know that lighting is attached. I think we've addressed most of those areas, but if not, I'm going to let the chief answer the ski mask, and before he does, I'll get back to you. I know that that program that you mentioned with TWU, I know that we have people working on it. I thought it was moving forward, but I'm going to go back to the TWU leadership to make sure they feel the same way. I'll go back to our HR as well to see if it is stuck somewhere, but it's a good program for us. Obviously, we need more mechanics and we need more entry-level frontline employees to work with us. So I'll check on that, and I'll let the chief briefly talk about ski masks.
Yeah, so the intent of our ski mask ban was not to be overly punitive in a way. We really just wanted to contact folks, have a discussion with them, ask them to remove the mask if they wanted to continue their ride on SEPTA. I can tell you, I don't have hard data, but anecdotally from everything I'm getting from my folks in the field is we're getting tremendous amount of cooperation with the public when we are asking them to remove the ski mask. They are in large proportions. We get some pushback. Our strategy at that point is to kind of move them off the system, but it has resulted in several arrests, including at least one arrest for possession of a firearm.
Thank you, Council President. Looking forward to working with SEPTA on these issues.
Thank you. It's rock and roll. Councilman Rulandau. You want a point of it, Thomas? Chair recognizes Councilman Rulandau.
Thank you. Real quick, first of all, thank you so much for hiring a Chief Technology Officer for data cybersecurity technology. Super happy about that. 3 quick questions, so get through all of them. 1, has SEPTA looked to other areas of revenue other than fares and government subsidies? For example, digital billboards or digital ads. I'm going to throw them all out at once. The second one is, I've talked to you about this before, I'm very, very, very interested in making sure students have cards that are 24/7, that they don't, right now they end at 7 p.m. and they don't work on the weekends, and if we want to make this a teen-friendly city and open up the city for everybody between the school district and SEPTA, we got to figure this out. The students must have full-time access. And the third is about hiring and equity. I've noticed a lot of African-American and white people who work for SEPTA. Have you reached out to make sure that we are being intentionally equitable for Asian Americans, Latinos, other nationalities, and the LGBTQ community? Thank you.
So very quickly, yes, we do look at outside revenue, and advertising and marketing is a big piece of that. We've been working with the city. We're looking at the ownership of Market Street, if it would turn back to the city. Right now, it's a state-owned. That would help us also on our building and other areas. So there's certain rules if it's a state-owned road, what we can do, versus if it's a local-owned road. So we are very closely watching that.
Even underground?
No, I'm talking, I'm talking the entrances to our subways, I'm talking, but also on our building at 1234, we would be able to do certain things as well. We also have naming rights and a variety of other things. What was that? And bus wraps, right? The student cards, they are tied to the money that comes from the Department of Education, and so we are required to turn them off at certain times, but happy to sit down with you, happy to get together with the Secretary of Education and see if there's flexibility there. I think that is really important, and I feel badly because I didn't ask, your DEI question.
Equitable hiring.
Yes, so we have for the first time ever a Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer we are tracking things that we never kept track of before. So we're happy to share those numbers. Yes, we have seen increases, particularly you mentioned Asian Americans, Latina as well, Hispanic, and we can get those numbers to you. I just also want to point out in our leadership alone, and this gets to Councilmember Thomas, I know he might say something again, not only do we contract more with local business, but just to remind you that over 50% of our 9,100 employees are from Philadelphia. So we are also a large employer here in Philadelphia. But we are thrilled. More minorities in leadership than ever before, more women as well. On my team as well, it went from 0 minorities to now we're over a third. And we went from 7% female, and now we're over half. So we're very cognizant of all these things and happy to sit down with you and go through the details.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will just say, I think it's great y'all have a DEI new hire. I think that's awesome. I kind of wish we would have did it a long time ago, because y'all already been at the forefront of minority participation. You have the contracting workshop where you bring on a diverse vendors. So y'all like on the forefront of actually doing that. Y'all have been doing that since Tony Payton was a state rep, so that's great. But having a DEI person that's officially assigned to it, I think is even greater. So
If I could,
thank you and your team.
the first day I got here, I started working on that. And
Job.
not only making sure we had that position, but that position would succeed here. Because I worked in too many places where the position is hired, but they don't have the resources, they don't have the personnel, they don't have the budget to actually do the work that they need to do. And so next year when I'm here, but obviously before then, I'll bring our Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer, and you will be amazed at all the work that we are doing, and she is set up for success.
Good job.
And we're thrilled.
Good job. Chair recognizes Councilman Nina Ahmad.
Council President, I know this is a lightning round, so quick questions about the regional rail, Chestnut Hill East and West. I know I'll be asked where we are on that. 2, to follow up on what you just said about the DEI officer, language access on your system for people to travel safely and know where and how they're going, what you're doing about that. Number 3 is the Roosevelt Boulevard subway. I know that's a prospective look, but we have to grow and plan, and how real and what is the timeline? You might not give it to me later, but where we are on that. And finally, I want to thank—
4 questions and 1 question. So
okay.
this is what we're going to do.
Quickly, we need a civility compact. So our SEPTA drivers, people who are cleaning the SEPTA stations, are not at risk, and we are not at risk, and we need the entire city of Philadelphia to participate in a civility compact that we have broken down our social norms after pandemic. It's just been, so I commend all of you for the work you're doing, and I'll take your answers.
So I'm going to work with you, member, right? You're going to give like your top 1 or 2, because you get like 5 questions in one.
I'm going to be so quick
And then you
here.
can do it in writing, but that's how we're going to keep this thing moving.
Yeah. So I'm going to answer like lightning. First of all, yes, we want to work on that last thing. I think that would make this entire region so much better, and happy to sit down with you. Real quick, Chestnut Hill West, Chestnut Hill East. I don't want to talk about it because I'm assuming we're going to get the governor's budget. If we get the money as proposed at the level that is proposed, we don't have to talk about doing anything to those lines. So let's assume that. You asked about Roosevelt Subway. If you have $10 billion, we'll start building it tomorrow. It is definitely a funding issue. It is not a need. We see the need, right? There's a variety of things that we can do there, and we can talk about. I know there's a lot of fans for it, and trust me, if I had the resources to do it, we would be working on it right now. And our wayfinding, I'm glad you brought that up, to make the system easier to use, to make sure that people who get on our system can feel comfortable and safe knowing they'll get to their destination. We just started putting those signs up at Drexel at 30th Street. Throughout this year and next year, you're going to see them throughout the entire system. Again, easier to use and easier to get around.
Did you get all her questions?
I think I touched on each one, and we'll sit down. Yeah, Councilmember Ahmad knows where to get me.
Thank you, Member Ahmad. Dr. Ahmad. The chair recognizes Councilman Jay Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, brief comment about the SEPTA revolution. When we had meetings at Strawberry Mansion High School, I asked if SEPTA could prepare information for the residents to show the maps holistically, to show the entire SEPTA system, because riders in North Philadelphia and the 5th District use other buses and other modes of transportation, so they know where the connectivity will be changing. And that request was not obliged by SEPTA, so I was highly disappointed that we could not show the entire plan to our residents there for that one. Another comment going back to the Zero Eyes question. The reason why I asked that question is because SEPTA received a grant for $5 million to implement that particular program, but more than half the grant went to SEPTA police overtime. So can you, and you didn't answer the first part of my question about did SEPTA do an analysis of his own technological capabilities before implementing this Zero Eyes system? Because for me, it seems like you knew you didn't have it, you just applied for this grant to just pay for police overtime.
Okay, I'll look into that. I am not aware that that money went into police overtime, but I will double check on that.
It's in articles. It's written in numerous articles that that money went to police overtime, and that I believe is the citizens, wherever the state entity that gave the grant was unaware.
Let me dive into that. Just because something's in an article may be true, it may not be true. But let me look. Let me look into that. It's something I'm not aware. So happy to look into that. And the issue we had with Zero Eyes wasn't necessarily the cameras themselves. It was how the cameras took the image. So some of
analog system. I understand it.
Some of our most modern cameras did not work well with their system because of the way they read the data and send it back into this AI algorithm. So it wasn't obvious. It wasn't just our older cameras that were the problem. Our newer cameras also that had been purchased more recently were an issue as well.
So did SEPTA submit a modified grant request on March 12th to reallocate the funds that they received for this for the Zero Eyes system?
We received a PCCD grant from the state that was to be used for safety and security, and yes, we are using that money for safety and security. It was not given to us to specifically pilot a specific program. It was given to us to improve safety and security.
Right, but after this, the issue with the Zero Eyes, did you submit a modified grant request, right, to reflect the new changes to pay for the overtime and things like that for the police?
I'm not aware of that, but let me check into it. We used the money for different reasons. We allocated the money, but not directly to police overtime, as far as I'm aware. But let me look into that. You're raising issues that I'm unaware of, so I'll take a look at it and get back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If you could provide the information to the chair, and we'll report back to the members.
We will. Thank you, President.
The chair recognizes Councilman Kathy Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. I'll be very, very brief. I just wanted to follow up on the last question that I had, where you talked about you paid for 500 beds in 2022. Could you just detail how much did you pay for those beds? And did this allow OHS to expand and add 500 beds just for SEPTA outreach? Or did this then reduce the allowable beds for everyone?
Great question. I can't respond to what OHS did with their inventory.
I understand.
Unfortunately, I apologize for that. We paid about $25,000 for those beds. I think it was around maybe $50 per bed or something to that effect.
Okay.
So, but like as I said before, as it relates to what OHS did with their inventory, I'm not qualified to answer that, unfortunately.
I understand. Now, what type of beds and at which facility?
I'm sorry?
What type of beds and at which facility?
Oh, they're at two facilities. One of them is the, what is it? I have my, one of my outreach members, they're the professionals in this, but there's two. One for men, and there's another one for women. I can get you those names to Wendy. She can provide those to you at a later date. I apologize, I wasn't prepared to answer that today. So how it works is OHS provides us with 5 beds for men each day and 5 beds for women each day. That starts from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. That's what time we're allowed to use them.
I'm sorry, really quick. So you said 5 for men and 5 for women?
5 for women.
So that's 10 total each day?
Per day.
So then is that the 50 for the week? Is it?
Yeah.
You say you pay for?
Well, no, it's actually for 7 days, to be honest with you.
7 days?
Yeah. So the thing is that if we don't use them, it carries over, right? It doesn't, like, if we don't use them at night, we lose them. it just carries over.
I see, I see. Okay, okay. Well, I will submit these questions for the record, but do you still have reserve beds?
I do, yeah. I also will give Wendy that number for you to get you the exact amount that we have. I'm thinking we use, as I said, testified earlier, maybe 130, but again, that's just an estimate. It could be a little bit more than that, but I will definitely get you that information.
Okay, I'll submit the balance of my questions for the record, but do you all have to pay annually for the beds?
Oh,
or was
no,
it
that was a one-time fee.
one-time payment,
Yes.
okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Leader. The chair recognizes the Councilmember Jamie Gaudier. Then we wrapping up with Isaiah Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. I apologize if we went over this already, but can you specify what is the board meeting date where the SEPTA board will vote on the final bus revolution plan?
Sure, it is it's scheduled right now for our May board meeting, which is the fourth Thursday. I don't, May 23rd, I think? Does anyone have the exact date of the fourth? It's the fourth Thursday in May, and we'll get that back to you. Tomorrow's our April, fourth Thursday in April, and it'll be the fourth Thursday in May.
Thank you. I asked because before the last round of meetings, we got quite a lot of community feedback about the proposed cutting of Route 31, which runs through Mantua. And we did not see a response to that feedback in the last document that SEPTA posted. I did want to see that the western extension of Route 12 was brought back, so we want to thank you for that. But can you please expound on the final decision regarding Route 31 and the factors that were taken into account?
Yeah, we'll definitely get that to you, and it was already mentioned that all the information is available to the public right now. If you don't see something there, we did meet with...
I don't think we saw it.
Okay, well, it just went up. And it wasn't because we were trying to slam it against this public hearing. We're trying to give it a full month before the board votes on it.
I see.
And so please take a look, and if there's any more questions that you have, we definitely want everyone's concerns for you to understand how we thought about it and how the decisions were made.
We'll take a look today. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Member Gaudier. Chair recognizes Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. I know it's time for us to take a break, so you actually don't have to respond. Just give me something in writing. So I've already asked you for the school charter information in writing as well as procurement stuff. As myself and Councilmember Landau, we talked about this carbon neutrality in 2050 goal. I'm assuming that you're moving more towards hybrid and zero emission buses and vehicles and things like that. Can you give us your plan in writing as it relates to how you will train the staff to be able to stay employed as you make these transitions to different type of vehicles and things like that? The next thing I would ask for in writing, SEPTA has security cameras. It's come to my attention that the security cameras have been used to fire staff members and not necessarily catch crime. So I would like to see in writing to our council president how many staff members have been fired from SEPTA because of the security cameras that you have. And then I would also like to see in writing how many crimes have you been able to help solve because of the security cameras that you have. That is a big concern to us, and I do pray that the security cameras are not being used to kind of catch staff members in gotcha moments, because the goal is for us to fight for public safety. That's not something that I think that most of us would advocate for. We would want the cameras to be used to deal with public safety issues, not to make staff members feel uncomfortable. So if you can give us something in writing about that, that would be appreciated. And the last thing, I've recently seen that you renamed one of the transit stops. I'm wondering, what would it look like to have public-private partnerships, whereas though if a transit stop is renamed, how much revenue do you all get from that when a transit stop is renamed? And then how much revenue does the city of Philadelphia get when a transit stop is renamed? And how many of these stops do you plan on doing this with? So are we going to be looking at more of our local stops? Clearly, you've done it with Cecil B. Moore, I believe. I think you've also done it with 30th Street Station. Is this something that's going to be trending? How much revenue comes to the city? How much revenue comes to SEPTA? Council President, thank you, sir. If you can get our Council President all 5 of those different things in writing, that will help me and my office do the work that we do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With that being said, we just want to thank you for your presentation. I look forward to continuously working with you, as well as if you could just make sure you provide the information to the chair, and we'll provide it to the members based upon the questions asked. But keep up the good work. Good to see you, Leslie.
Thank you. Wonderful to see you. And I always appreciated when I came here that you were the chairman of transportation as well, and it's really nice to see you in president's seat as well. So thank you.
Ms. Lawhead, we're going to keep working, y'all. Ms. Lawhead, could you please call up the next person for testimony?
District Attorney Larry Krasner.
Does this thing work? Am I going up? I'm not sure.
Yes, please do, so we can follow up and track this.
Testing.
Second chair. First or second?
1 o'clock.
Over your right shoulder, you'll have Cheryl when she gets finished with the lady, and Joanne. Over your left, you'll have Bob, Fritzy, and Paul Liddell.
Okay.
Remember, Paul and Fritzy are available for that priority corners and that work overlap. Both DOU and
So how many should we call? For the priority corners? Council member, how are you? Nice to see you. Joanne, do we know anything about the killing of the son of a young man named Felder?
Yeah.
What do we know about that?
It's probably going to come in. Jeff is probably going to come in.
We know that and he used to be car carrier. He's current.
Yes.
Squad.
Yes. Yeah, it's, he was outside of the club, him and his wife were in line, and so his wife was seeing another guy, and that guy came up and did it. He shoots back at the guy because he had a round to carry. That guy goes around the corner, gets picked up, and he's taken to a hospital. But Jeff was probably here when he was born.
So, was young Felder killed?
Yes. And his wife was shot.
So he had a permit to carry, but he died anyway.
He did. Yes.
That's kind of what happens.
But he shot the guy, so the guy had to get medical treatment.
Yeah,
Get
so he was caught that way.
There's video. Yeah, they did a really good job getting it to come to this place.
Majority leader, Gilmore Richardson, will be leading this until Councilmember President. Okay.
My testimony is short, actually. I should tell you this, though, and I know you're not aware, but Officer Fitzgerald, who's the father of the young police officer who was murdered, was flown in for a 3:30 session with a Capitol committee. I can put it back a little bit, but he has to fly out tonight or tomorrow morning. So if you talk to us, you can shorten the break. So this is probably 10 minutes, maybe 8. I'll get through it. Yep. How are you, Jen? If I faint, you step up.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for being here. We are going to proceed with our budget meeting this morning and now hear testimony from our district attorney's office. If you could please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Larry Krasner. I'm the elected district attorney of Philadelphia County.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Appropriations Chair Mark Squilla, not sure if he's here at the moment, and also Council President Kenyatta Johnson, who has been here, of course, all morning, and esteemed members of Philadelphia City Council. I am testifying here on behalf of the 650-plus attorneys, law enforcement, support staff, and victim services professionals employed by the Philadelphia DA's office, which I will refer to as the DAO. I'm joined today by several DAO colleagues, including G. Lamar Stewart, who is the chief of the DAO's External Engagement and Governmental Affairs Division, First Assistant District Attorney Robert Listenby, Chief of Staff Jennifer Lynn, who is sitting to my right, as well as supervisors and attorneys of the following DAO units: our Gun Violence Task Force, Homicide and Non-Fatal Shootings Unit, Juvenile Unit, Organized Retail and House Theft Task Force, Dangerous Drug Offenders Unit, our Data Lab, Carjacking Enforcement Unit, and our Conviction Integrity Unit. Many of these supervisors are seated behind me, to my right and my left, and they're available for any questions today. Our entire executive team and DAO staff remains committed to a balanced and comprehensive approach to prioritizing public safety through modern enforcement and through prevention. That prevention, of course, includes violence prevention, intervention, and interruption efforts throughout the city of Philadelphia. In order to achieve our goals in public safety, our office continues to seek appropriate consequences and accountability for offenders who commit crimes. We continue to seek exonerating individuals who are innocent of crime, and we continue to fund anti-violence community-based organizations through the DAO's Violence Prevention Grant Initiative, and to provide crisis and trauma support to witnesses and survivors through direct and through referral services. If we are to talk numbers, the Philadelphia DAO is respectfully requesting funding support above the FY25 proposed budget from Philadelphia City Council in the amount of $6,057,660 in Class 100, $684,100 in Class 200, $100,000 in Class 300 and 400, and $1.25 million in support of the DAO's Witness Relocation Program. That money, of course, is a pass-through. It does not slow down in our office. It is used strictly for the purpose of supporting witnesses, victims, and survivors who may, for a variety of reasons, need protection. As the Philadelphia DA's office continues to strengthen its external partnerships with law enforcement, and they have never been stronger than they are now, with community and with faith-based partners and government partners, we stand shoulder to shoulder with his body and with Mayor Sherrell Parker in efforts to make Philadelphia the safest, cleanest, and greenest big city in America with economic opportunity for all. The Philadelphia DAO plans to achieve its public safety goals in collaboration with local and federal justice partners by strengthening the operation of its previously funded, and by previously funded, I mean previously funded by City Council, initiatives such as, number one, the DAO's Organized Retail and House Theft Task Force. Number two, the Carjacking Enforcement Unit. Number three, our Gun Crimes Strategies and Prevention Collaborative. Additionally, with the FY25 funding support of Philadelphia City Council, we plan to build on those efforts by launching several new enforcement initiatives in the new fiscal year to include the following. Perhaps above all else, and even though the money doesn't slow down in my office, it just keeps moving, the Witness Relocation Program. We are deeply committed to the survival, the safety, the security of people who are witnesses, who have been victims, or who are survivors and have lost family members to one crime or another. It is essential that these people are able to come to court, that they can live in safety, that the court process can play out without people trying to do other things on the street. And we are deeply grateful for the support we have received for years from this body in making sure that the funding for those efforts is adequate. Number two, and this is not in order of importance, but it's simply in order of how we talk about it. Number two, a cleaner and greener enforcement unit. The DAO will focus heightened prosecutorial attention, investigating in a collaborative way with law enforcement and appropriately prosecuting things that make the city less clean and less green. For example, short dumping. Short dumping is a huge problem in Philadelphia. We vigorously prosecute what we get, and we would like to have more of these cases to prosecute. We would like to be able to investigate more closely with other law enforcement entities and city agencies. Number two, Dangerous Drug Offender Division. The DAO will expand our already existing Dangerous Drug Offender Unit into a larger division to develop and foster more robust narcotics investigations. I don't want to get into the weeds because we can certainly do this during Q&A, but there's a long history of local law enforcement of drugs being focused on very small players and federal enforcement being focused on the biggest players. And there's a huge gap there, which is the middle. It is the middle where deep dive investigations to include tools like wiretaps can shut down multi-decade, multi-generationally owned corners that have been selling drugs forever. It is an essential aspect, in my opinion, of what needs to be done throughout the city, but obviously a key location will be in the Kensington area in order to be able to achieve greater public safety, not only with drug sales, but also in terms of shootings. Number three, Cold Case Investigations Unit. Many of you may remember the reporting around the case of Elias Diaz. Elias Diaz was a serial rapist who raped and murdered a medical student 30 years of age while she was running in Philadelphia parks. He was not caught for almost 25 years. He went on to rape and attempt to rape a number of other women under similar circumstances. But it was not until DNA had developed and improved and the FBI, working closely with the Philadelphia Police Department, was able to use new tactics that he was caught. He is caught now, and he is caught as a consequence of cold case investigations. that this city needs. We owe it to people who have lost family members. We owe it to people who have been raped. We owe it to them to try to solve these cases, no matter how old they may be. And when it comes to an exoneree who is coming out of jail, often after decades, and is innocent, we owe it to the victims in those cases to go back and catch the one who did it and whose seat in a jail cell has been occupied by an innocent person for all that time. Public integrity. The DAO will add additional personnel, resources to our conviction integrity unit and also to our special investigation unit to increase the capacity of these units to do important work. The conviction integrity unit, of course, is primarily looking for innocent people in jail to get them out. The special investigations unit has other tasks, and one of the primary tasks it has now is to address the crisis that we have in the Philadelphia prisons, something that we have spoken about before and we'll speak about again. Everything that we are trying to do in law enforcement, everything that people are trying to do, even in Kensington, is affected by dysfunction and in some instances criminal conduct and corruption that currently exist within the prisons. There are a ton of great correctional officers up there who are doing things the right way. But the reality is we are on the cusp of a crisis in the city of Philadelphia, and we need to address it before we have Attica. We cannot have an Attica-style riot in Philadelphia. We don't need to have it. We just need the resources and the collaborative spirit that I think is so present now. We just need all of that in order to get at those problems. Next is the Data Gov Lab. So many of you are familiar with the Data Lab at the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. It comes up frequently at meetings that we have with government. And it has, under its umbrella, a portion, grant-funded, that is to work with community. Basically, community comes to us and says, we have a problem, we want to solve it. Can you run research on how many shootings happen right after the bars close in a particular neighborhood? And at their request, we work with that. We use those grant funds to do it. Well, obviously, we need to be able to do the same thing for government. Community should always be primary, but government has its needs as well. And so we are looking to have resources so that our data lab can quickly and fully respond to the needs that are articulated within government for data that is needed. I've already spoken about the witness relocation program, so I won't repeat that. I will point out that the Philadelphia Public Defender's Office, as I understand it, the City Solicitor's Office, and the District Attorney's Office are united in requesting resources that would allow us to retain our extremely talented, very capable employees, and that means that our new attorneys coming out of law school with a mountain of debt should be starting at $85,000. That is the same number, as I understand it, that has been articulated by those two other entities, which are law offices, as ours is, and we would ask you to understand how crucial that is and how much money will be saved in the long run and how much justice will be done if we're able to keep the right people in those positions. Once again, I want to thank you, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, and thank the rest of council for the opportunity to present at today's hearing. My team and I are here to answer any and all questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, District Attorney Krasner, for your testimony and for the work of your team. I will reserve my questions and submit them for the record in the interest of time to allow for additional time for my colleagues, but do want to get on the record a special thank you. Of course, you know it's coming to G. Lamar Stewart for his continued work with all of our offices and working with us on all of the community initiatives and contacting us when things are going on across the city where we need to work together. And so a special thank you to him and to all the employees at the District Attorney's Office for your work. I will now recognize Councilmember Jay Young. Oh, he's not here? Okay, we'll now recognize Councilmember Jamie, pardon me. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Brooks. Not here. Chair now recognizes Councilmember Jamie Gaudier.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, District Attorney Krasner. First, thank you to you and your entire team for the work that you do on behalf of the city every day. I want to talk about juvenile justice data. In May of last year, the District Attorney's Office released an analysis completed by eConsult, which looked at our juvenile justice system through a budget lens. As you know, my office has been working on reducing the PJJSC population for several months, so I'm going to ask several questions about the findings of this report. The report found that not only is the system incredibly expensive, in 2019, taxpayers spent $220,000 per each young person detained at PJJSC, but the system is also a poor return on investment. Data suggests that more than half of all juvenile arrests may lead to rearrest within 5 years of system referral. So in other words, we're paying a lot of money to rehabilitate less than half of the young people that are going through the system. One striking fact is that this study looks at outcome data as far back as 2016 and 2017, and we can clearly see the consequences of those system failures today. Many of the young people that the juvenile justice system failed back in 2016 are the same young people, same young men in their mid-20s that are involved in gun violence today. And so we should not be repeating the same mistakes. So I have a two-part question. First, your report outlines the ways in which our system has been expensive and ineffective. Can you paint a picture of what the cost of recidivism is? And if we fail to rehabilitate a young person, what cost is that to the city? And second, can you talk about which programs and interventions were found to be the most effective and to be a better return on our investment? And then lastly, of the interventions you identify, which ones are currently being implemented in your office and by other agencies in the city? And how are you planning to expand those programs in the FY25 budget?
Councilmember, thank you kindly for that very important question. First Assistant Robert Listenby has taken the co-pilot chair here because for those of you who may not know, his entire career has really been dedicated to juvenile justice, even to the point of being the chief of juvenile justice for Barack Obama during his second term as president. He was instrumental in that report and is deeply knowledgeable on these points, so I'll ask him to respond first.
Thank you very much, Mr. DA. Councilmember Gaudier, let me see if I can tackle these questions one at a time. The cost factor that was outlined in the eConsult report, those factors are still prevalent. Yeah. Today we are sending young people who are engaged in the gun violence crisis to state institutions. In those state institutions, it costs on average over $200,000 per year, close to $220,000 for each year confinement. Our hope and desire is that by placing them in these institutions, that they will be rehabilitated during their stay there. It is a very expensive way of doing business. While the other problem we have, which you've outlined also, is that before they go into placement, they are typically held at the juvenile detention facility here in Philadelphia for extended periods of time, often for 6 months or so. So the high cost of over $700, $800 a day for detention are also factors that we have to consider. So it is very expensive. And the report, which was done independently by eConsult, stressed that the rate of recidivism was about 57% over a 5-year period. What we know that works better is diversion, but we've expanded our diversion programs as far as we possibly can at this point. We increased them from about 13% of the cases to about 21, 22% of the cases that come into the system. The total number of cases is roughly about 2,500 in the last year or so. So we've expanded those programs, and rate of recidivism for those programs is about less than 30% across the board. I double-checked it this morning to make sure. Rate of recidivism for girls in particular is very low, around 4%. Most girls' cases that are coming to our system are assaultive behavior cases, and the programs that we have that work there work extremely well. I want to highlight that A couple things about diversion before I go back to the gun violence side. The diversion programs that I'd like to stress, we've been able to focus on auto theft, and again, our rates of recidivism over a 2 or 3 year period, we don't have the full 5-year period at this point, are about 28%. One thing that I'd like to stress that is working extremely well for victims is that with our diversion programs, we're able to pay for restitution for victims, often within 6 months, based upon the behavior of the young people and the work they do while they're part of our diversion programs. This is a really big deal. In 2022, we spent about $51,000 from grants and other sources that we got to pay victims of crimes restitution that they were entitled to. So that was a very big and positive thing. The other thing that we're doing that's really important for our diversion programs is that we're stressing various kinds of trades. We train barbers, we train cosmetologists, we train people to become electricians, and we also are in hopes of training construction apprentice, but we need about $50,000 for a pilot program to do that.
Can you just, a quick clarifying question? You said that we have reached our capacity or we've expanded all we can as far as diversion. Can you please explain what you mean by that? Do you mean capacity like from a financial or budget perspective, or do you mean that there are more serious crimes that we're dealing with that don't lend well to diversion?
Councilmember, we focus on giving children second chances and sometimes third chances. We look at the child and not just the case. So there are some children who are in our diversion program who are charged with quote-unquote felonies, but we looked at their behavior and we've been able to rehabilitate them very effectively. What are the limits? We wanted to expand our construction apprentice program, but last year we didn't have the funds to do that. We had applied for, from the Department of Human Services, about $50,000 for a pilot program. We had everything set up, but we were not able to do that because we didn't get the funds. If we had more funds, we could probably expand it. But that's on the diversion side. As far as gun violence cases, we are in a bind here in our city. We need to make sure that there are serious consequences for children who are engaged in gun violence. We can't just send them back to the community because we don't have a lot of community programs that really address gun violence cases where young people are shooting at other people with guns. So we send them to state placement. We're hoping that the state placements will serve as a basis for rehabilitation. The alternative would be to send them to state prison. If we were to send them to state prison, it's unlikely that they would get very many rehabilitative services, very few educational services, and unlikely that they would come back in any other way except to recidivate probably within the 5-year period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Leader.
Okay. Thank you so much, colleagues. The chair now recognizes Councilmember O'Rourke.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And good afternoon, folks. My colleagues and I have asked a number of officials in a number of departments over the course of the past few weeks how involved they've been in the formation of the plan to build out triage and wellness centers around the city and the larger crime fighting mission that's connected to it. There doesn't appear, at least to us, to be much intentional interagency organizing or strategizing on clearly essential, this clearly essential piece of that. Has your office been involved or at least regularly consulted in the drafting of the plans for the triage and wellness centers?
Council member, thank you for that question. So the answer, and once again, I will be characteristically dangerous to myself by being completely honest. The answer is yes and no. There has actually been some very, very constructive engagement that has been going on since the last quarter of last year, involving meetings that were actually called at the DA's office, often referred to as the Kensington Caucus, involving council members who are here, who have been very engaged, involving Philadelphia Police, involving the Public Defender's Office, involving leadership of the Municipal Court Judiciary. And while we have Vegas rules for those meetings, meaning we don't walk out of those meetings and tell everybody what somebody else said, because we are all working hard to find common ground, and I believe we've found quite a bit of it, That process was going on at a rate of about more or less every week in the final quarter of last year, and more or less every 2 weeks when we don't have earthquakes in the, at the beginning of this year. So in that sense, I think it has been extremely constructive. Having said that, certainly there are other entities that have come up with a plan and not so much engaged us to discuss it, but have called us essentially to tell us what the plan is. We certainly would have enjoyed being involved earlier because I think that we may have information, resources. We may know people with expertise who could aid in that process. But I think it is fair to say we are enjoying a very collaborative effort at many, many different levels, including at the enforcement level, our connection to Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which is a federal agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, our connection to Drug Enforcement Administration. These have always been good, but they are now in a position that I consider to be excellent. And we are seeing, in my opinion, a really positive, very productive relationship with Commissioner Bethel, the Philadelphia Police Department. And I would be remiss if I did not give kudos to the new leadership of the Fraternal Order of Police, which has also been very engaged, meeting on a regular basis, and shares our deep desire to solve crimes and to prosecute people in ways that are appropriate and to uplift all of the police officers who are doing the job in exactly the right way. So we are really seeing some very positive things. Would we like to be more involved? Of course.
Well, that's encouraging. How has the DAO been involved or brought into the development of the recently released safety plan that came out of the administration?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that. Council member, you said with the
there was a
triage
recently
thing?
released safety plan that came from the administration. How was your office brought into the development of that?
Certain aspects of that safety plan were simply announced to us, but obviously, indirectly, we certainly participated, for example, with Council Member Kurt Jones' roadmap. Many of those ideas then showed up in the safety plan. I was extremely pleased, even though it's not our money, to hear the mayor's support to the tune of $45 million for a state-of-the-art forensics lab that we should all wish we had 15 years ago, but that will make such an incredible contribution to actually solving cases.
I think it's not a secret that Philly's carceral facilities currently aren't able to uphold the constitutional rights of the 4,000 plus people up on State Road. As we mentioned when the Department of Prisons graced us with their testimony, the Federal Monitor's report has noted that decarceration is a necessary step to getting those facilities to be able to function in a way that at the very least maintains constitutionally sound conditions, if you will. How has your office historically worked with prisons to lower the population in our jails? And what role do you think your office would have to play in a more robust effort to have more people be monitored at home?
We have been clear and remain clear that the United States does not have to be the most incarcerated country in the world by far. We also don't have to be the one where children die of guns more than anything else. We don't have to be these things. There are lessons to be learned. What does this mean? Well, consistent with everything we've been saying now for more than 7 years, it means that the system needs to focus very heavily on the most violent crimes that tear apart community, and there need to be appropriately serious and lengthy consequences for those crimes, but it also needs to recognize that poverty is not a crime, that being unhoused is not a crime, that addiction may lead you to commit crimes, but addiction in and of itself is a disease. It is not a crime. And what happened for way too many years in Philadelphia and way too many years in this country is the answer to everything was to tear down treatment, medical support, public health, and build prisons in their place. That was a disaster. And the reality of our current levels of violence is proof that that was a disaster. So we are very, very supportive of the appropriate reductions that we have seen in the prison population at the Philadelphia prisons, but make no mistake, the Philadelphia prisons right now, and I am not pointing anywhere, I had in many ways a very good relationship with Blanche Carney, and I've had a very good relationship with individual correctional officers, including some who work in my office right now. Make no mistake, they are in crisis. We have a system where people are able to come out of their cells, sometimes at will, We have a system where people are escaping through pre-cut holes in the fence. We have a system where people are dying in large numbers from fatal drug overdoses, even when there were no civilian visits going on. We have a system where my office has prosecuted a vendor who works in the prisons who arranged for the purchase and delivery of an AR-style weapon to a drug corner at the request of an inmate who was using an illegal cell phone that could only have been brought in by an employee there. We have a combination of, there's some just normal failure and dysfunction, as happens in all of government, but that has become fertile ground for corruption in extreme ways that can be extremely harmful. It is not a coincidence that the person who escaped most infamously from the prisons was in prison for 4 murders, okay? We want to help fix that, but that requires an investment in public integrity. And if we don't make that investment, we are at risk of repeating the American tragedy of the riots at Attica.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague.
If there's one.
Okay, and so colleagues, we will not have a second round, okay, only due to time constraints and circumstances that are beyond our control. But we will have 5 minutes each in this round. There are several of you in the queue. In order for us to get through this particular round, we will hold tight to the 5 minutes. And so once the bell rings, we'll have to move to the next colleague because we are strapped for time. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Lozada.
Thank you, Madam Leader. First, thank you, District Attorney Krasner. Thank you to your team for meeting with us on a regular basis, right? I want to say thank you to Judah Marr, who was the person who said, let's start meeting, right? Let's start having conversations. And I think that my colleagues and I who meet with you on a consistent basis can honestly say that since the first meeting, we have made great progress. And that would not have been possible had everyone not come to the table with an open mind and really wanting to work with one another to better improve the city of Philadelphia, but very specifically what is happening on the ground in Kensington. And for that, I'm extremely grateful. But as we work towards improving quality of life, we know that a lot of things are going to happen on the ground. And so I'd like for you, and I've heard it, right, but I think that it's important to get it on the record. Can you share with us how we have made progress from the first meeting to now? How does the DAO plan to work with this administration and with this legislative body to improve not just the open-air narcotic sales, but how we're working with one another to better connect those who are suffering from addiction to resources and to the mysterious beds that everybody kind of talks about. None of us can get a real answer on that, and I'm sure you've shared your perspective as well. So if you can just put that information on the record for us, it would be great so that my colleagues understand and are at least somewhat brought up to date on the conversations and the meetings that we have had.
I would be delighted. Thank you, Councilmember Lozada, for your question. I understand there's a time limit. I will observe Vegas rules, but I think I'm still observing Vegas rules if I say that one of the really impressive things that I think has happened in that room over a period of time is we have been able to find extremely important common ground on what is proactive and what is innovative in a place that has seen failure on the part of government for 60 years. One of those things that I think has been a really remarkable insight is there's almost a unanimous feeling that there's a moment in the life of a person who has addiction, probably several moments, when they're open to change, when there's the possibility of real intervention, of their wanting, needing, and realizing that they need to change. That's universal, and that is coming from, I think, it's every entity that's there. It's coming from people with a personal history, That includes addiction. It's coming from people with a medical background. It's coming from the public defender's office. It's coming from here. That is a crucial aspect of trying to talk about what triage means and when it should happen and how it can happen. To me, that is only one example. Our in-depth discussions, and of course it's Vegas rules, so I won't repeat them here, but our in-depth discussions of trying to do something about that mid-range of professional drug dealers who are not the pawns on the chessboard, the 16-year-olds with 6 bags in their pocket, and they're also not in some cartel in northern Mexico, which is one of the source countries. But there is a mid-range there that has never been addressed terribly well, and it was addressed in a collaborative way with a bust that was made at Kip and Cambria a few years ago. It wasn't a 4-year investigation with wiretaps. It also wasn't grab and go, let's see who's on the corner and take them. It was a 6 to 9 month investigation involving wiretaps where we were able to take down multi-generational, couple-decade ownership of a drug area, and it made a substantial difference. What we have come to there is a discussion about whether this could be a model for priority corners. Why would we only do that once in 2019? Why wouldn't we do it 5 times in the most affected areas, given that half of the shootings, at least based on prior data, half of the shootings are right around Kensington. The drugs are where the shootings are, to a very large extent. So in order for us to get at each, we have to get at the other. Likewise, there has been discussion about investigative techniques, and Bill Fritzie is here. We're not going to take people to crime school, but about investigative techniques that allow us to use not very expensive technology to take important evidence, mostly cell phones, from people in the right way on a drug arrest or on a gun arrest or on a shooting arrest. And guess what? When you actually download what's in those phones, you have a roadmap of criminal connections, criminal activity, things that are going on. The kind of roadmap that can be used to make a permanent, lasting, deep difference in a place like Kensington. So to me, those are just a few examples. I know I'm talking too long. We got a 5-minute limit. But I think those are some of the successes we've had so far, and I deeply look forward to continuing that process.
Thank you, and I think that's important, right? Because I think that there's this perception by some folks that when we're meeting, we're just talking about how do we bring people in and how do we bring them back into the prison system, right? What are we doing about just arrest? And I think that it's important for folks to understand that there's a much broader conversation, and that when we are meeting with one another, when all of us are at the table, we're really trying to come up with results that would impact every single one of the populations that we're addressing out there from beginning to end. And so I just wanted to make sure that you put that on the record, and I appreciate the work that you all are doing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Councilmember.
you. Thank you, Councilmember Lozada. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Council Majority Leader, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
Thank you for being here. I wanted to start by thanking G. Lamar Stewart, who is always on the ground, always out and about in the community. Even when, there's been times, just recently I know that you had a loss in your family and still was out here in these streets doing this work. And I just cannot tell you how much admiration and support you have, not just from myself, but really from all of council for all of your hard work. We really do appreciate you. I wanted to ask specifically, Mr. District Attorney, about cold cases. And so I'd like to know, first of all, what are the stats regarding the prosecution? Like how many cases, number one, what defines a cold case? Number two, what determines, how much work has been put into it? If there's a prosecution, do you have any of those statistics? Because one of the things that I'm greatly concerned about is the fact that, we hear on the news every single night, a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 24-year-old, a 36-year-old, murdered in the streets of Philadelphia. And it's almost as if, there's not even a name associated with them anymore. It's moving on to the next one and the next one and the next one. And so for those families who are left behind, there's really no closure when you don't close the case. And so I'd really like to get some more information about that because, it's a hard thing to say, but it's my opinion that some of the folks who are creating the havoc in our streets, wreaking havoc in our streets, this is not their first rodeo. This is not their first homicide. This is not their first, involvement with the system, so to speak. And so how are we addressing, what is probably a very small number of perpetrators who are really just, creating terror among all of us in our communities, and how do we address it on what would be the back end, because the crime has already been committed. I see a lot of people saying with shirts on about, the educational system and how it, when we fail a child educationally, this is the end result. And so how do we, close that case, give closure to that family, and address this so that everyone is safe and addressed, and knowing the realities that unfortunately some people have to be taken off the streets.
Understood, and thank you for that question. I think it raises really very important points. Mr. Fritzie might want to come sit here for a moment, because Mr. Fritzie actually, along with Joanne Pescator, who's the chief of our homicide non-fatal shooting unit, these are two people who have solved a lot of cold cases. Joanne Pescator comes to mind among many other reasons for the work she did on the Akubu case. Mr. Akubu was probably the most prolific carjacker, and his activity included murder, that the city of Philadelphia has ever seen. And on the other hand, we have Bill Fritzie, who's the chief of our gun violence task force, who through the work that he did involving a single cooperator was able to solve something like 30 or 35 cases that were previously unsolved. It is a fact that a study was done not so long ago showing what happened with 10,000 different black male victims of shootings. And of those 10,000, the number solved was 2,000. We are never going to solve all of them, but I share your deep concern that we should solve as many of them as possible.
Thank you for that. I want to get down to some specifics, though, just because I know my time is getting ready to run out, and Madam Majority Leader is going to cut me off. So, but can you give us just some of the stats? So let's say 2023. How many cold cases do we have? How many are being worked on actively? Like how many have been solved? 2022, like in the last few years, just give us some stats, because the homicide numbers from the pandemic going forward have been really horrific in the city of Philadelphia. And I don't know, other than the quick blurb that you see in the paper, that most of these cases have gotten any attention. And again, families are just devastated. They're left with this loss and no follow-up. So just if you could give me some stats.
Let me see what I can do. I'll do my best here. Do you have any statistics? 88 Pescator.
For cold cases in the city, I will tell you, Councilwoman Bass, that the clearance rate now on homicides is 73% as of today. Homicides are down in the city. I know it's shocking to everyone, even to me. And they've been down progressively each year. And that gives the detectives more time to work on a case, more time to bring a case in. So they're not strapped going from one job to another.
So I just want to be clear. So what does clearance rate, you said 73% clearance rate. So I just want to be sure that my definition of clearance rate, which means that the case has been solved and someone has been incarcerated for a homicide, is the same as your definition?
That's my definition of clearance rate. When I get a file that I have to assign, that's because somebody has actually been arrested. And my team in the homicide unit, we clear the jobs ourselves. We work on those jobs with the detectives. We approve the cases for arrest. So I will tell you that since January of this year, the clearance rate is through the roof. And that's thanks to the detectives, through cameras, through cell phones, through innovation, through forensics.
So this year, previous years, can you give me some stats?
Previous years, and the DA will tell you, and at our press conferences, usually every Monday, the DA gives those crime stats out, and he will tell you that that rate has dropped each and every year. So each and every year, we have gotten better. Less homicides, less shootings, more clearances of those particular cases.
Okay, I know I have to go, but better's not a number. So I'd like to have the actual number. So thank you.
I do want to make sure that I fully address the issue. If there is more that we can either say now or bring you in later today, I'd be happy to do that, because I think it's a crucial issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could provide that number to Council for dissemination to Councilmember Bass and to colleagues. Okay, thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Ahmad.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here. we're speed talking. I'm very glad to hear you're addressing the supply side of this whole issue around drugs and violence, right? So, the fact that there's a coordinated effort is great to hear. We don't get a lot of information about that. We actually don't know that, we know of, but I think the general public don't actually know how much effort is going on in this coordination to address the supply side of this problem. So that would be really helpful to get more details, and we as council members can disseminate that and help you in that process. The question is about, can you explain, you mentioned expanding the dangerous drug offenders unit into a division and plan on using surveillance methods such as wiretapping and honing in on hotspots for drug sales. Can you explain this in more detail? Specifically, how are you working with PPD and other law enforcement agencies to perform surveillance that includes wiretapping, and how will the drug diversion programs be used in this plan?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. I have sitting next to me Paul Riddell, who has for many years done really important work when it comes to major drug dealing, mid-level drug dealing. He's the head of our dangerous drug offender unit, which we propose to turn into a division. I think he can answer those questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And first and foremost, if I can say, the Dangerous Drug Offenders Unit has been embedded basically with DEA since my inception with the office. I've been with the DA's office 20 years. I've been a prosecutor for 21 years. Our focus has gotten even more ingrained in working better and better with DEA, to the fact that all my unit, all my detectives currently are sworn to as task force officers into DEA. They have their own group and they have their own offices with DEA currently. Basically, anything the feds don't take, we take. And there's a lot of work to go around, so DEA feeds us federal-style work, and we run local wiretaps, which generally lead to the supply side, which leads us right to cartels. Literally, we're going after cases. In our largest case, which in some respects we can't talk about all the details because we have 18 federal indictments that led off of that. That was 300 plus kilos. That was 13 million in cash. It goes on. And then that case is currently with the feds, and we keep abreast of how that case is resolving, which generally leads to other cases. Because once the hammer comes down federally, then everybody wants to talk, and then other cases develop. What we're hoping to do, and what I've heard from the Kensington caucus, and I want to address them because I got a chance to hear everybody, and we did listen, and I heard you, is that what we'd like to do is take our specialty and start devoting ourselves into these priority corners. We're not always doing an 18-month investigation, but we can shrink that down to a couple months, but we have specialized prosecutors who follow those cases down. And Mr. Harity, I wanted to address you because I remember this, and I will not forget this, as you talked about what's on your block and the struggles people have. I've had a drug dealer on my block, and I know what it was like when they were gone, and what that means when kids start coming out to play. And doing a smaller focus unit that isn't always doing the big cases, but does that in between, allows us to get those cases and grab those cases, work with PPD, DEA, work with Pennsylvania State Police, and focus ourselves to say, hey, we see that there's a person causing a problem on this block. We're going to take all their cases. We're going to look at their whole history. We're going to work with GVTF. We're going to dump their phones when we get those. We're going to put that analysis together to build bigger and better cases. Sometimes we build cases that homicide takes. Sometimes we build cases other units take. We will get involved and share our information, our data with everybody else, but those drug cases we will suck in, we will take, and we'll hold those folks accountable.
And the wiretapping piece with PPD, you're working obviously very closely with the PPD on this, right? So I wanted to also know the diversion program, where does this fit in at all, if it does, here?
I couldn't hear the entire question, I apologize.
Let's just talk, because we have so little time, let's just talk about the diversion program, if there is a role for that in this sort of effort that you're doing.
I can address that. Thank you very much, Council Member. If we're talking about big-time drug dealing, that's not really diversion world.
No diversion there.
But there is no question that a big part of trying to address drug use, trying to address low-level drug dealing done by young people who are more looking for opportunity than they're looking to be criminals, there is a proper role for diversion there. And we have found pretty consistently across the board that if you select people the right way, you have less recidivism with your diversionary programs than you do with conviction and traditional supervision. So we see a very important role there, but it's not for Pablo Escobar, and it's not for the Sinaloa cartel. It is for, the 16-year-old
Yes.
who really wants a pair of sneaks and is committing a crime and can be steered in a positive direction.
So I would like to see some stats around this of your diversionary program. What has happened, what has been the recidivism rate for those who have been in that program, so we can really understand the value of it and share with our public the value of that.
Thank you, Council Member. I know that Mr. Listenby, First Assistant Listenby, does have some data, most of it specific to young people and to juveniles, that we're happy to provide.
We can do it this time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you,
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Ahmad. And please share that information with Councilmember Ahmad. You all can also have a sidebar at the conclusion of the hearing. Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Landau.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate so much. We'll also be very speedy. I had questions too about this work that you're doing to make sure that you're filling this gap. You're saying you're now working better with the PPD, the FOP on the ground, but how are you working with the feds? You're trying to fill the gap so that you said they take often the big cases and leave you the little cases. So curious how wiretaps and whatnot can do that. The second thing is, how will the forensics lab make your work easier and better? And then the third thing, here's a quick comment, is we do want to hear more about the diversion program, because the more people you put through diversion, when it's successful, the fewer people who are paying $225,000 apiece to be in the Juvenile Justice Center. Love that. But I did want you to also touch on your new retail theft and house theft programs. Thank you so much for having an ongoing communication with our staff. We love this and would love to know more. So you have about 4 minutes. Thanks, Brian.
Councilmember, thank you so much. I will try to hit all 4 of those issues expeditiously. So the first thing to understand about the feds, and we have an excellent relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office now, headed by Jacqueline Romero, First Assistant Nelson Thayer, who I've only known for 20 years. They are not playing politics like a prior U.S. Attorney. They want to do the work, and we want to do the work too, and there's a lot of respect and a lot of progress made. But please understand, the feds only handle 5 to 7% of all criminal matters in the United States. So you are looking at 93 to 95% of all criminal matters being handled at our level. We are delighted when we have a case that's big enough that they want to take it over, because frankly, we got a lot to do. That relationship, in my opinion, is excellent. The Akubu case, which I mentioned, is an example, heavily developed with a lot of work by federal agencies, our office, some brilliant FBI agents, and then prosecuted with our blessing and our support by the feds. That is, in my mind, a very positive situation. How would the forensics lab help in every possible way? I am here to repeat the words of a high-level person within the police department who years ago, when I was speaking to him about this, said that he thought the clearance rate would increase 10%, 10% on the forensics lab alone. I think that might be a little bit low. It makes all the difference in the world if someone is angry and they're thinking of going out to shoot somebody, that they think they'll get caught, because the science is quite clear. If you think you're getting caught, you don't do it. It's not about what the punishment is way down the road and whether there's a mandatory sentence. It's about whether you think you get caught. That being the case, forensics lab can catch a whole lot of people. Some of these innovative things that have been done by the Gun Violence Task Force can catch a whole lot of people. So it would be night and day. And it would also save the city a fortune, because every time an innocent person comes out of jail due to things that shouldn't have happened after decades, they're looking at $10.5 million, or $6.5 million, or $3.5 million. They're looking at a ton of money, too much of it, frankly, going to their lawyers, who suffered nothing other than litigation. And so it will way more than pay for itself in the simplest equation. And obviously, if you talk about actually caring about human life, actually caring about preventing the next crime, it will make a huge difference. In terms of diversion, we have Mr. Listenby here. We can certainly talk about that in a little bit more detail, but I'll give you a quick vignette. We have had a really interesting, innovative program to take people who are caught in illegal possession of a gun, but are, after very, very careful screening, not criminal in nature. They didn't get the paper they should have gotten. And the recidivism rate for those people is one-fourth of the recidivism rate for the same people if you convict them, make them felons, make them unemployable, make them unhousable, okay? So there are some diversionary programs that are a complete success. Let's be honest though, you know, nobody gets it right all the time. We don't get it right all the time. You're always going to have some failure. But when you're looking at a scenario where we can do it how we've always done it, and you're going to have so many of these people back with new crimes, or we can do it in a way that allows them to fully participate in the economy. We're very careful in the selection, and we are making the city much safer. We have to do what makes the city much safer. Finally, when it comes to organized retail theft and house theft, I will let the expert, Kim Essick, who has come to be known nationally, actually, for 2+ years of work around this issue, I'll let the expert address that.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for allowing us to update you on the program that you so generously have supported so far, and we welcome that and thank you, and hope to have that continued support. In my personal estimation, I believe the program is going very well since it was really officially kickstarted just this past February. There had been a pilot that had been running with our office and the Philadelphia Police Department in the Center City Division from January on. That was successful, and now that template is being used by the Police Department to spread the initiative citywide. I just spoke with, along with the members of the Police Department about 2 weeks ago to announce that to the city and to the retailers and the businesses within the city so that the Police Department was officially putting themselves on it and stating that this is going citywide. It has hit almost every division of the city officially. There are 6 divisions. It's in 4 now officially. Yet just yesterday, I received a call from the Southwest detectives who will be on the case and asking just what the protocol they would like it to be. And so basically what has happened from this is with your funding, we are able to put together a team of ADAs in order to prosecute these cases where I can assign them both the retail theft cases as well as the theft investigations. We're not just taking the retail theft cases, though, from the people who we adopt into the unit. We're taking the whole of them, so if they have multiple cases out there, we're taking those. I've expanded it a little bit to not just include retail theft of businesses, but also burglaries of retail establishments, commercial establishments, robberies of those as well. There's been a rash of recent cargo thefts, so we're going to be trying to incorporate those cases. I have been working on theft cases for years. I have a bunch of pending investigations on those that I will happily transfer now to the members of the unit so that we can expand on that. But to give you just a glimpse of how this is working is there's almost 24-hour now communication between myself, my office, and the police department, and even the retailers. Just as I was sitting here listening to this, I've assigned at least 5 cases and had detectives contacting me. We have arrest alerts around the clock. We've adopted over 400 cases and over 100 defendants, and we have about 200 arrest alerts for reoffenders.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Landau. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Harity.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, Mr. District Attorney. G. Lamar, my man. How you doing?
Councilmember Harity, always a pleasure to see you, sir.
You know, first, thank you for actually having the meetings with us in the Kensington caucus so that we could discuss things in private and try to come up with some real solutions to these things. The courts had testified that in 2019, we had about 4,000 cases go through AMP court. 2023, we had 219 cases. That's a big disparity for something that I believe is a way for us to get more people into recovery and not give them criminal records, because the idea is so they can actually get back into society after they get recovery and be able to get a job. So I'm just wondering, like, the numbers are from 2019 to now are kind of a little off balance. What are your plans to incorporate more of that program going forward, especially in the Kensington area and other parts of the city? And then I just have 2 other questions that you could, if we don't, I'm going to say them just for the time and then thing, and they're pretty softball. What are the number of minor offenders who are in pretrial detention with the adult population? And how often is the District Attorney's Office complying with the interest of justice hearings under Pennsylvania Rule of Criminal Procedure 523?
Understood. Councilmember, thank you so much for the questions. I'll refer questions 2 and 3 to Mr. Listenby, which means I gotta be fast.
Yep.
So here it comes. Once again, Vegas rules. We've been in a much more detailed conversation about this, but we will all observe those rules. We are big supporters of AMP. AMP has been around for well more than a decade. And we do believe it is one of the ways to get people into treatment. We completely support that. The big discrepancy in numbers is probably due to a number of things, but one of the main ones clearly is that the police-assisted diversion program, which did not exist in a meaningful way in 2019, now exists. My information, without citing a source, is that more than 3,000 cases have gone to the police-assisted diversion program. Like AMP, it is a form of diversion, but unlike AMP, it happens before arrest, so we don't see those cases in the AMP program. Sharing your concern, and we do share your concern, that AMP should be more fully utilized, what we have been doing is working with the municipal court leadership, meaning the judges who are in charge of the court most affected by AMP, and we have been working on modifications so that more kinds of cases would be allowed into it. I know that the police department, which runs the PAD program, is making its own analysis about how or if they want to change PAD. And I do not want to suggest there's anything wrong with PAD. I'm sure it is, a very positive program that's not perfect, just like AMP is a very positive program that's not perfect. But all I'm saying is it's their lane to decide whether they want to modify it, and if they do modify it, that may have some effect on the number of people who are getting into AMP. We have written modifications to the memorandum of agreement with the courts about what should be done with AMP. We have submitted them to the public defender for their recommendations, and that has now been sent to those judges who are examining it. Judge Pittman and Judge Simmons, who are the chiefs of the municipal court, are meeting with us weekly now. Just one more sign of the excellent collaboration that was not always there previously, but is there now. And they are actively working on their suggestions. So we are very interested in having it touch more people. We are very interested, as I know you are deeply interested, if not passionate, in getting people into treatment that will be effective for them. And we look forward to continuing that process. Mr. Listenby is going to address your questions about the minor offenders within the adult population and the IOJ hearings.
Councilman Harity, just by way of brief background, in December of 2021, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention in Washington implemented new rules governing all young people under the age of 18 who are arrested, including those charged with homicide. Under those new rules, young people must first start at the juvenile detention facility and be held there. Today, there are 8 children who are held there at the juvenile detention facility charged with serious offenses. They will remain there for a variety of reasons. They've all had IOJ hearings as of this moment and as of today. We just finished the last one yesterday. On State Road, there is a facility for juveniles, and there are about, I don't know the exact number, but I'd say about 10 or less who are currently held on State Road under the age of 18. Once young people reach the age of 18, they're transferred to general population on State Road. We may want to address that at some point. I want to emphasize that for everyone to understand, we have a gun violence crisis in the city. At the present time, there are about 65 young people charged with homicide. The DA has established a juvenile homicide unit that focuses on treating all those cases consistently across the board. One other point, I was asked earlier about diversion and 2 factors. One, the recidivism rate for children who go through diversion in Philadelphia, data we will provide you, is under 30% over a period of time. The recidivism rate for children who go through the regular course of juvenile justice is about 57%. We have the e-consult report. We will provide that to you as well. 57%, under 30%. For girls who are diverted, the percentage is much, much lower, around 4%. Most of those are for violence cases.
Girls are a little smarter than we are, I imagine.
Say it
I'm not
louder
gonna
for
get in that
people in the
conversation.
back. Before I call on my next individual, I just want to acknowledge the work of ADA, Joanne Pescator, Robert Liston B., Bill Fritzy. Where's Fritzy at? Raise your hand. There you go. Working on them, getting them guns off the street. And the man of the hour, if it not been for him, all things we do to support our great district attorney here in the city of Philadelphia, G. Lamar Stewart. Good to see you. Can y'all get him a round of applause, y'all, if y'all don't mind? Probably say why. It's the whole district attorney's team that works towards keeping our young people safe and keeping our cities safe. We work directly with those key individuals with our district attorney in terms of how we move the city of Philadelphia forward, and also take a comprehensive look on how we address gun violence here in the city of Philadelphia. And I have to remind people, under Ron Castile, homicide rates were 500 plus. Under District Attorney Lynn Abrams, homicide rate was 500 plus. And so we can't just say being overall tough on crime approach is going to get us out of the situation, because if that's the case, we already had those two DAs and the numbers were still skyrocketing, and we were just improving on mass incarceration. And so thank you for taking a comprehensive approach on how we address this issue, and always good to see you, Larry. With that being said, the chair recognizes Councilmember Jay Young.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, DA Krasner. Quick questions about the budget here. I'm looking at just grants that your office provides for victim and witness services and support, and I just see that there's a huge discrepancy in the types of, the amount of money awarded to certain organizations. Just for example, what is here? Central Victim Services, for example, proposed funding $73,000, which covers a majority of North Philadelphia in my council district. Then we have Northeast Victim Services gets $78,000. So there's a large discrepancy. In JEVS is receiving $500,000, right? And so given that this discrepancy in the amount of grants awarded to those organizations that provide the same work, can you tell us if those organizations are providing, I guess, almost 5 times the level of work of another organization that would kind of justify those allocations for those same type of services?
Councilmember, thank you for that question. I just want to I know I can be confusing, so I just want to make sure I am clear. There are 3 different types of funding in play here. One of them is micro grants that we give to community-based organizations, many of them pro-youth, anti-crime, that come basically from money that drug dealers have.
No, so this is payments for care of individuals specifically. That's what the budget detail breakdown says.
Okay, so there is, through Victim Witness Services, a lot of money that flows that we essentially don't touch to local organizations who provide victim witness services and collaborate with us. But that is different than the $1.25 million that we are requesting that goes for very direct individual victim services from our office. Mm-hmm. That 1.25 is not to be sent out to these various organizations. That 1.25 is specifically to be able to put somebody up in the right hotel, or to put them in a VRBO, or to be able to transport them.
I get that, sir. What I'm saying is this is money that is going directly toward organizations. On your budget detail, page 13, it's money going directly toward these organizations.
May I introduce Jan Bass, who knows a lot more about the details than I do, and perhaps she can address that, sir.
Are you referring to General Support Division
Yes.
contracts? Okay.
Yes.
That funding, it's $654,000 a year. That predates me at the office, and I've been at the office 11 years. That at some point was a general fund augmentation for community organizations.
So I guess it's probably better if I can just point, if I don't know if you guys have the budget detail, but I can point to the line items in the budget that you can see.
You're speaking about women organized against rape, women organized
yes,
against
exactly.
abuse,
those
central
different-
services, northeast, northwest.
Yes.
support center for victim
Yes.
services and such.
And so I
Correct.
guess given the level of crime in our city and the level of, and I guess the geographic locations of crime in our city, for me, I'm just looking at the amount, the funding allocations from the DA's office, and the organizations that I see that, from my understanding, where the most crime is happening in our city is not receiving those, I think, the necessary funds to support those victims of crime. So I'm asking again, like, are certain organizations doing more work than others to support and justify that amount of money that that they're offered? Particularly, again, JEVS is an organization that I didn't even know provided victim and witness services support. I thought they did like career training and things like that, right? And so
JEVS is not included in that.
JEVS Human Services.
Yeah, our budget was augmented specifically just to manage the funding for JEVS. That was, we were asked to handle the contract for JEVS, but that is separate from our community org funding. That's very specific.
So where is this $500,000 coming from then? And then
I would have to answer that, go back and look at the year that was given to us. It predates this administration. It had to do with originally the Choice is Yours funding, and we were just asked to manage the contract for the city, not the actual complete program, but to administer the funds to them and handle the billing aspect of it.
So every year you've been managing at least $500,000 for this particular program and have no idea what it's for, what it's going to, or anything like that?
Yeah, the office does know where it's going to. It's the Choice is Yours funding. It was originally MacArthur funding, I believe. We were asked, people in our office are involved with that. I'm finance, so I don't know all the details, but we were just asked to handle the contract rather than, I believe it was the MDO's office that was going to have to handle it if we didn't.
Yeah, I would love if we can get a little bit more detail on that, because I just think that there's a disparity in the amount of funding that we're providing to organizations that are doing the work in communities that really, really need that type of support when it comes to victims.
Councilmember, may I make a suggestion? First of all, I really appreciate these questions. I think they're important questions. We would be happy to work with you to essentially audit where the money goes and whether it is being equitably distributed, because I totally share your viewpoint that the money should not go to a place that needs it less. Having said that, I think a lot of these organizations have multiple streams of support. A lot of the money that flows through that is ultimately given out by us is either coming from federal sources or PCCD. So we would be happy to, as much as we're allowed, open our books, sit with you or other members of council, go over that, because I entirely share your concern that sometimes law enforcement in general, and we are law enforcement, is not as equitable and is not putting the resources in the places that need it the most because it's answering to other concerns. I know we can't get that done right now, but I mean this wholeheartedly. We are in. If you would like to do that, we would like to do it with you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have two more questions. I would skip my first round. I really just had to get these two questions in, if I may take a point. Thank you. One more. Thank you. Can you, along the same lines of the victims and witnesses, can you describe to us or tell us what rights or what roles do victims play in the prosecution of a case? Essentially, are victims allowed to ask the DA, no, don't take this deal. We'd rather see justice played out in court to get an outcome that we feel is necessary? Or does the DA make that decision based on its own resources, its own fruition?
So it's a great question. Probably the person who faces this more than anyone else is Joanne Pescatore, because in prosecuting homicides for so many years, she deals with the situations where the crime itself is horrific, the impact on the family is sometimes forever, and is very, very deep. Let me give my short answer, and then I'll have ADA Pescatore answer further. But under American law, it is clear that victims, survivors, should have a voice, that they need to be heard. In fact, I will be leaving this session to go and sit with the parents of someone who was murdered and to hear for a second time all of their thoughts around this issue and what it is that they would like us to do with the case. But under American law, it is crystal clear that our obligation as prosecutors is to do justice. It is not to do what we are told. There are many situations in which
But who defines justice, right? Isn't justice to be defined by the victims?
That is not the law, sir. The law is that justice is what the elected prosecutor who has that obligation honestly figures it should be. There are other countries, and I'll give you an example, where not only do victims determine the outcome, but they can basically be bought off. Mexico is one of those places where if someone is raped, the family can show up and say, well, you know, I'll drop this, but you're going to have to give me $100,000. That's not our system. Our system is not subject to that kind of control by other people. And in general, I think that's a good thing. There are many, many instances where we do agree with what victims are seeking. There are other instances where we don't. And now I would be happy to let ADA Pescatore address it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. As Mr. Krasner said, the DA said, these are really hard conversations to have with, as you can imagine, someone who's lost a loved one. And sometimes the case isn't what the family thinks it is. Sometimes the law is not on our side. Sometimes the victim also had a gun. Sometimes there's a self-defense aspect. Sometimes it's just not a case that we're going to win. That being said, my DAs in my unit, in my office, we fight for victims every single day. I have young DAs trying these cases now. Some of them are getting fantastic results. If we make an offer and the person doesn't take it, we go to trial. That being said, we win a lot of those cases, but that case hangs around. We have cases that come back on appeal. They have appellate rights. The case can come back later. That case is done. I don't have to call a family. I've been in the office 35 years. I don't have to call a family in 15 years and say, guess what? The Supreme Court gave that guy a new trial. We have to do this again. Now he's going to get less time. I don't want to have that conversation. So if I can give somebody 25 to 50, and I know that's not ever going to bring a person back on a homicide case, and they're going to take it, and the case is going to go away, that's what I want for the family. They're hard conversations to have. We have them every day. A lot of people aren't satisfied with that, but that's just what we have.
Right, so I just want to note for the record that Mr. Krasner stated that justice is determined by the elected district attorney. So I just want the community to understand that we need elections, right? When you are beholden to people who elect you, then I think that is what should be the determining factor in what defines what justice is.
Well, I do not. I stand by what I said. My actual obligation is to seek justice. That's written on the oath that is hanging on the wall. That's the same obligation every prosecutor has. That is not easy. Justice is hard, and you're right that it's not subject to some sort of easy definition. Two people may define it slightly differently. But not only is it the case that sometimes you have people who want the ultimate punishment, and sometimes we don't agree with that. I've had cases, I had a cab driver who got viciously stabbed repeatedly from behind by a patron, and for his own reasons did not want to prosecute it at all, basically religious reasons. And we didn't agree with them. I believed that the defendant behind him was dangerous and vicious, and we went ahead and pursued a state sentence. We got a conviction and a state sentence. That's part of our job as well. We have domestic violence victims who are in such an abusive relationship that they do not want to follow up on a vicious attack, and yet we prosecute anyway because we understand the dynamic there and that justice is not served by having a victim who is so overborne by a criminal that the victim will not pursue it. So these are tough calls, and I understand that the anguish that families deal with, whether they want to prosecute less or they want to prosecute more, is tremendous. We try in every way we can to respect it, but I will not abandon my oath to seek justice.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Phillips, and then we wrapping up with Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a quick question. Recently, this body, through an introduction of the legislation I introduced, passed the legislation that will allow us to form a parent task force recognizing across this country, especially in this city, there are issues with young people and their engagement with parents. So we just want to know what measures are being implemented to support parent engagement when minors are engaged in specific crimes like truancy violations, carjackings, flash mobs, possession of illegal firearms within their guardians' homes. If no actions are being taken, do you believe the existing methods are effective in curbing delinquent behavior among young individuals?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Phillips. I deeply appreciate the concern that you are raising. I'll let Mr. Listenby go first because he's going to say smarter things, and then I may have a comment at the end.
Councilmember Phillips, regarding truancy, we have a program called Project Go, where we have a staff that meets with parents and educators to see if there's a way that we can reduce truancy in schools. There is a specific problem I'd bring to your attention, which is with cyber schools, where the rate of truancy is dramatically higher than it is with brick and mortar schools, and we need to take a closer look at that. But we have these parent conferences there. Our team goes out to the schools, meets with the parents, meets with the educators, and try to avoid any kind of requirement that the young people end up in truancy schools. So that's one. As regards carjacking, where there are carjacking cases, particularly with guns, we take a very stern approach to that. Our view is that there ought to be serious consequences, either in the juvenile system or the adult system, depending upon the circumstances, and we prosecute those cases to the fullest extent of the law. The worst thing that I can ever imagine is a young person walking up to a person returning from home after a day of work, putting a gun to their head and saying, "Look, give it up, old head, I'm taking your car." And many of our cases are just like that. So we do prosecute those. There's not, at that point, a lot of discussions. We make sure that the victims are aware of what we're doing and how we're doing it, make sure that we fully follow up on those. As regards firearms and young people, it's a very difficult situation. But where parents have guns and somehow they allow the kids to get a hold of them, the kids get a hold of them sometimes without the parents' knowledge, if the parents are illegally in possession of those guns, what we would call a 6105. We prosecute the parents as well, and sometimes we even have the young people as witnesses. Why? Because it is wrong for a parent to have a gun and not use the appropriate safety procedures. And we have a specific case just like that where we prosecuted the parent in a situation where the child had a gun and ended up shooting his brother with that gun. So yes, we do prosecute the parents in situations like that.
Councilmember Phillips, I would just add that in Pennsylvania there's a criminal statute that makes it illegal to endanger the welfare of a child. That's the name of the statute, endangering the welfare of a child. And so, there may be circumstances like the famous national circumstance where you have parents who are buying a gun for a child who goes off and does a mass shooting when they had every red flag waving that there was a terrible problem here. There may be circumstances where we charge the parents with endangering the welfare of a child because their parenting is at a level of criminal recklessness and criminal negligence. They're not just bad parents, they're criminally bad parents.
Thank you. I'm just particularly interested in, and we'll connect later, about how to better support diversion programs for parents and young people so that we can get them on the right track in terms of success. And I also want to shout out one of your greatest assets in that department, G. Lamar Stewart, for all the work that he's been doing as well. Thank you, Council President.
E9, that's what that's about. It's wrapping up with Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just really wanted to say something very quickly, just following up on Councilman Young's commentary, and it doesn't sit well with me, and I just wanted to, I couldn't walk away and not say anything about it. But just in terms of the line of questioning that he just had and some of the responses in terms of what I want to take it as what you feel like your responsibility is as an elected official. But I also ask you and your team to be mindful of the fact that when you're seeking justice for primarily, let's say, a decedent, that you are considering the hopes, wishes, feelings of the family, what is a case to you is a loved one to someone else. And I didn't necessarily hear that because what I heard was, and Ms. Pescatore, you can correct me if I'm incorrect, what I heard you say was what you thought was justice for someone. You wanted to get what you thought would be justice for a family. And where that doesn't align with a family, it comes across as, Miss Johnson, your son, okay, you lost your son. I know better. I'm college educated. I have a law degree. I know what's best for you. And you don't. And so I just ask that as you're making these decisions about prosecuting folks and what is justice, you cannot do it without being included, or the family of the loved one being included in the decision-making about what justice is. It's not the same across the board for every case, and I know you know that. You've been here for a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I know you get it, but I'm just saying the way it just played out and came across made it seem as if for those who, a constituency that, might live in poverty, might be less educated, might have less access, less savvy, not connected, and they're relying on you, and for you not to rely back on them to build that partnership. I just thought, it just struck me as a bit of a problem.
Well, may I say that if it was expressed poorly, that's probably my fault. It really is.
Okay,
I actually agree with everything that you are saying,
Okay.
Councilmember. I do. I deeply agree with everything that you are saying. My obligation to do justice is an obligation to the entire city. It is an obligation that includes that family, and obviously they have a more important role than most people because they're so close to the case.
Right.
But I completely share what you are saying, and if I didn't express it well, that is my fault.
Well, listen, I appreciate that, and I think the most important thing is in the policies that come out of the district attorney's office as you all are prosecuting, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
President.
thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? If you have additional questions that you would like to submit to the district attorney's office, please do so. At this time, we have to go into public comment. We want everybody who's here for public comment to be patient with us. Our court stenographer is going to take a break. We will reconvene at 3 o'clock, and then we will finish out the actual program, the actual hearing. Thank you very much, District Attorney Larry Krasner, and your team for being here today.
Thank you, Council President.
The chair recognizes Councilor Mark Squilla, who is present.